Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3 SFA. Chapter 81. Become famous in one battle, and the bounty of all members will increase. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Nani. What is this? Aokiji fell into a brief moment of confusion. But the Mary had already flown a long way, obviously a distance he couldn't catch up with. Ha ha ha. I unilaterally declare that the great Captain Usopp has successfully defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji. On the boat, Usopp laughed proudly on his hips. Luffy and the others sat on the ground and laughed. The same is true for Sui. To be honest, Usopp made the first contribution this time. Maybe he can survive with all his strength, but if he can return the whole body and not expose his trump card, it depends on Usopp. As the so-called predicament sees Zoro, desperate Usopp ah. After laughing, Sui had a thoughtful look on his face. To be honest, his use of the fruit ability is still not pure enough. For example, the slow fruit, although it can be used just now. But the slow light itself is very slow, and he has to raise his hand and aim at Aokiji. The process, at Aokiji's speed, has definitely been dodged. Therefore, in the final analysis, his own strength is insufficient. It seems that I need to be stronger. Just relying on the fruit and hockey is not enough, and the physical skills of my own must be strong enough, otherwise there will be no chance to activate the abilities of the hockey and the fruit, Sui silently concluded in his heart. The win and loss of this battle. All attention, the Mary is about to land. Usopp said. The wind shells that controlled the bottom of the boat began to spew out gas. In order to prevent that monster from catching up again, I will use the shock shell again, but only on the sea. 5. Usopp said. The Mary had reached the sea. Immediately, with a violent impact, the whole ship flew out again. But this time it was flying close to the sea. And the flight distance is also very short. Advertisement. Yoshi, he shouldn't be able to catch up now, Usopp cheered. Set sail, brothers, Luffy exclaimed happily. We actually escaped. Robin on the side looked like he had survived the catastrophe, and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Sui walked over, sat down, and said with a smile, you have to trust your partner. After all, even the strongest opponent has weaknesses. Robin nodded thoughtfully. But Sui knew that the shadow in Robin's heart would not be so easily removed. Well, but don't worry about it. He is still more concerned about the improvement of his own strength. Brothers, to celebrate the escape from Marine Admiral, let's have a feast. Luffy shouted. Aussie. Have a party. Marine headquarters. Aokiji with a bandage around his neck appeared in the conference room. Marine executives who participated in this meeting shrank their pupils. What happened? Aokiji is actually injured. Anyone can see that Aokiji is in a bad mood at the moment. Some even wanted to laugh. I heard that I went out for a walk on a bicycle in the morning, but when I came back I lost my bicycle and was kicked on the neck. Now, let me introduce a group of very dangerous pirates. Aokiji clapped his hands on the table and silenced the audience. Today I met the Straw Hat Pirates and fought against them. Everyone watched Aokiji quietly. Some people even whispered, it seems that another pirate group has been destroyed. Advertisement. I remember Straw Hat being Garp's grandson, but now it's in trouble. Aokiji's next words made the audience completely silent. After the Straw Hat Pirates met with me, everyone escaped. Dead silence. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Aokiji with an incredible look. That expression seems to say, are you kidding me? Hey, Aokiji, you are Admiral, and you were escaped by a pirate group with a total bounty of less than 500 million Baileys. Aokiji, did you let them go on purpose? Aokiji said lightly. No, I didn't keep my hands, but they escaped. The whole place was silent again. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, I just want to say that these pirates are very vicious. Although they are not that strong, their level of cunning and difficulty is far beyond that of ordinary pirates. 35. So, I feel the need to raise their bounty, lest some overconfident marine die in vain. Below, here's what I came up with after weighing it personally. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, 150 million Bailey's bounty. Deputy Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro, bounty 100 million Bailey. Straw Hat Pirates Chef, Blackfoot Sanji, 100 million Bailey bounty. Straw Hat Pirates Sniper, Usopp, 80 million Baileys. Straw Hat Pirates Historian, Nico Robin, bounty 80 million Bailey. The Straw Hat Pirates, the Thief Cat Nami, the bounty is 30 million Baileys. Straw Hat Pirates Ship Doctor, Tony Chopper, bounty 10 million Bailey. Finally, Aokiji paused, picked up a brand new wanted notice, and slapped it on the blackboard with a snap, with Suyi's stern face on it. If Suyi were to do it again, he would definitely recognize it. It was the expression on his face when he was angry with the Fokker West Blue thieves on Long Chain Island. At that time he unintentionally exuded haki, which caused the whole person to be aggressive. This can be seen from the reward order alone. Advertisement. Finally, the Straw Hat Pirates, Demon Hunter Suyi, has a bounty of 330 million Bailey. Total bounty, 880 million. Average bounty 110 million. Just after the Aokiji emergency meeting at Marine headquarters. A report spread all over the world, Grand Line and New World. Unlike the previous report on Straw Hat Crew, which only occupied a small section, this time it took up a full page of the newspaper. At the same time, along with the delivery of the newspaper, there were also a stack of 8 wanted notices. On this day, any ordinary person who saw the newspaper was shocked by the above report. Straw Hat Crew, dodged Admiral Aokiji. 35. The vicious pirate group with a total bounty of 800 million Bailey and an average bounty of over 100 million was born. It seems that this world is really not peaceful, such a terrifying rookie pirate group can't live this day. Who is this demon hunter named Suyi? It's even higher than the captain's bounty. Is it Zhao? Nico Robin, isn't that the devil's son who joined the Straw Hat Crew? 39. What a bunch of madmen. It's hard to imagine what kind of devil they are. I hope they don't come to our town. However, the reaction of the general public is different. The big pirates of New World, after seeing the report, reacted with disdain. Somewhere on a cake island full of sweetness. What a vicious pirate. A group of little devils deserves this title. Marine is really declining. The dignified admiral actually lets such a group of people escape. Wanokuni, Ghost Island. A gigantic figure drank wine while reading the newspaper. Alolulolo. A bunch of little devils, it's really boring. On some white whale-like ship. Kulala la la la. Straw Hat Boy, Demon Hunter, really capable, such a low bounty escaped Admiral's pursuit, but you're still too young. Kulala la 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 la. Chapter 82 Bounty Promotion, the reaction of the old. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. East Blue, Coco West Village. Mr. Ajien, Mr. Ajien. Nuo Chigao hurriedly broke into Ajien's house with a stack of newspapers. Mr. Jien, Nami's bounty has increased. I see. Ajien was holding the phone with a displeased expression. What are you doing, Mr. Ajien? Nuo Chigao asked curiously. Ajien pointed to a huge wanted notice on the wall, which was a photo of Nami in light clothes. I'm sending a newsletter to Marine headquarters. What is this wanted notice? It looks like a marriage advertisement. 95. Ajien looked annoyed. Grand Line, Drum Island. On Magnetic Drum Mountain, inside the castle. Kuleha crossed Erlang's legs, looking at the photo of Chopper eating marshmallows with a happy face on the wanted list. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Hey, you're having a great time, Chopper. New World, on a certain sea. A boat floated with dim green candles lit. Mihawk held several wanted notices in his hand, and when he saw Zoro's 100 million Bailey bounty, a subconscious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he turned up the wanted notices of Luffy and Suyi. What an interesting bunch of guys. Golden Mary. Early in the morning, Zoro, who was in charge of the night, just woke up and yawned, when a pile of newspapers fell from the sky and hit him in the face. But he was already used to it. Taking the newspaper off his face, he opened it subconsciously. After a few seconds, he folded the newspaper and threw it below. Going to continue dozing off. Seeing Zoro no reaction. Nami picked up the newspaper and read it without any expectation. However, as soon as it was opened, a striking title came into view. Advertisement. Straw Hat Crew escaped from Admiral Aokiji. 35. Hey. Nami's whole body suddenly felt bad, and he couldn't help but wonder if Zoro was an illiterate guy who didn't know how to read. Otherwise, such a hot title would not arouse his interest. Afterwards, she didn't look at it for a while, and a stack of wanted orders fell out. Ah, Mina. Something big. 35. Luffy, who was playing tricks with Usopp and Chopper, Sanji who was cooking, Robin who was reading, and Sui who was still sleeping, all stopped their work at this time. Except for Sui, of course. Mina, our bounty has gone up. Nami's voice was trembling. Maybe the bounty hike is a good thing for others, especially Luffy, Zoro and Sanji. But for Nami, it was definitely bad news. Hey, let me see how much bounty I have. Luffy ran over. Yo, it's really good to have raised 50 million Baileys. Nami was a little curious. Luffy used to increase the bounty so much, why did the increase this time make her feel a little small? Zoro came over, and when he saw his bounty, he was stunned. And Sanji came over and was stunned when he saw his bounty. Zoro, bounty 100 million Bailey. Sanji, the bounty is 100 million Bailey. Na Beej May did not need others to see, consciously reported the amount of the bounty offered by the two future One Piece right-hand men. Damn it. The people on the boat were all shocked. Among them, Chopper and Usopp are especially so, and even Robin's eyes are slightly widened. Don't be surprised, Usopp, your bounty has gone up too. Nami's next words made Usopp swallow a mouthful of saliva. Your bounty, 80 million Bailey. Nani. Usopp was immediately stunned on the spot, and then the whole person became scared. Advertisement. Am I actually a big pirate of the same rank as Shichibukai Crocodile? It seems that Marine is coming to hunt me down. Where's Marine? Where's Marine? 35. Usopp looked into the distance as he spoke. It seemed true to have Marine come after him. Robin, your bounty has risen by 1 million Baileys, 80 million Baileys. Nami winked at Robin. Robin responded with a smile. Then it's me, the bounty is 30 million Bailey. 55. Nami then took out his wanted notice and saw the bounty on it, burst into tears. It would be great if such a high bounty could be exchanged for money. Chopper came over. What about me, do I have a bounty too? 9. Chopper, the bounty is 10 million Bailey. Huh, damn it. Chopper suddenly lost his calm, running around on the boat, hitting the mast and the table, and finally made a mess that made people want to laugh. Hey, I said don't be too happy. 35. Nami finally took out a Sui's wanted notice. Sui, the bounty is 330 million Bailey. Golem 1. At this moment, many voices of swallowing saliva sounded. Nani. How can this guy have such a high bounty? Luffy was clearly dissatisfied. Our total bounty has reached 880 million Baileys. 55. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from Nami's forehead. This will definitely be targeted by bounty hunters, and if we are wiped out, we will all be sent to Marine to collect the money. Isn't that very good? Pirates want to be like this. Luffy has forgotten the unpleasantness just now, and the whole person is excited again, laughing from ear to ear. Even Robin couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling when he saw this, and his eyes were bent into crescent shapes. Idiot. That means we can't have a few days to have a happy birthday in the future, and wait for someone to come to trouble every day. Sui suddenly came out of the cabin. Have our bounty increased? He took the wanted notice from Nami and looked. Everyone else is looking at Sui at this time, especially Zoro and Sanji. They all want to see how Sui reacts. Robin also looked at what the big pirate with a reward of more than 300 million Bailey would think of it. Well, I actually improved so much. The first picture Sui saw was himself. This should be because we played against Aokiji, the bounty will increase. Advertisement. His thoughts were very clear, he explained it in a succinct manner, and analyzed. Luffy didn't show much dazzling fighting power in this battle, so he didn't increase the bounty much. Maybe it was just because he dared to attack Admiral, he increased by 50 million Bailey. The impression that Zoro left on Aokiji this time is not small, so it was directly raised to 100 million Bailey, but this is also a reflection of Zoro's original strength. Sanji, your sight should surprise Aokiji. After all, he hurt his jaw, so it's also raised to 100 million Bailey. As for Usopp, Aokiji treats you as an ability person, and your fighting ability is also very strong. And then Nami, Aokiji didn't know you were Logia, but seeing that you dared to attack Admiral, it was probably because of this, that he regarded you as some kind of vicious female pirate. Nami burst into tears. Very vicious, people are obviously very cute. Finally, Robin Sauce, 99. Having said that, Sui looked at Robin. Robin didn't take a shot at Aokiji, 99. He paused when he said this, and immediately aroused the interest of others. Only then did they discover that Robin did not do anything to Aokiji. However, they didn't care too much, after all, Robin was so frightened at the time. But Aokiji is estimated to have obsessive-compulsive disorder, so the number 7,900 is not pleasing to the eye, so let's increase Robin's bounty by 1 million. Is it because of this? Everyone fainted. Sui chuckled. I guess, but if I were Aokiji, I would lift it to 100 million Bailey, which would be more comfortable to look at, or 88.88 million, or 99.99 million or something. You're the only one who has such a bad taste. You can't be a marine. A group of people showed their sharp teeth again and complained at Sui. But after talking about the bounty, Sui started to get a little worried. Although the increase in bounty of Straw Hat crew is a good thing, correspondingly, the strength of the big guy has not improved much. Basically, what was the strength when they first went to sea, and now it has only increased by a few % on this basis. However, the trip to Sky Island has improved everyone's strength a lot. Basically, everyone's ability to hold their breath has been greatly improved now, and their strength has also increased. To say who has the most strength improvement, of course, Usopp and Nami. Because Nami is Logia, it can be described as a step to the sky. And Usopp is because he has obtained the fruit ability that fits him very well, and the comprehensive combat effectiveness is stronger. And if the fruit is developed better in the future, the strength will be improved. Chapter 83. This is the mermaid. Sanji's dream is broken. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Speaking of which, it's like a nightmare. Usopp finished today's workout and took a shower full of sweat. At this time, after this period of conscious exercise, he has grown tendon flesh on his body, and he no longer looks as weak as before. It's incredible that we actually played Marine Admiral, Nami continued. I want to be stronger, stronger. Zoro was still exercising himself at this time, carrying a huge barbell on his back, and the whole boat even sank slightly. Hey, Zoro, you're sinking the ship. Well, if it's serious, it's Sanji-kun who is stronger, and actually hurt Aokiji, which is something none of us did, Sui said while drinking juice. Sanji lit a cigarette. It's nothing, it's mainly because the other party was caught off guard. After all, who would have thought that a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million could be a master? Immediately, he suddenly looked at Zoro. Also, now I'm the same as the bounty of the green algae head, wow ha 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 ha. Zoro was a little unhappy, but didn't say anything, still, working out hard. Luffy was fishing on the side of the boat when he shouted, damn it. A frog is freestyle. Damn it. Brothers, catch up with the frog in front. I must eat it today. Luffy suddenly became excited, and the Golden Mary changed course, chasing the freestyle frog in the distance. Everyone walked to the side of the boat and looked at the frog swimming in the distance. That frog seems to be covered with scars, and it seems that there should be an unknown story. Usopp's observation skills are very strong, and he immediately discovered the special features of this frog, said. Look, there's a lighthouse ahead. Nami suddenly pointed to the distance and said. Indeed, when everyone looked in the direction of Nami's finger, they really found a lighthouse. Above the sea, there was a lighthouse and a piece of land that was obviously man-made. There were houses on it, and it looked like someone was living there. Advertisement. Woo. Woo woo woo. Woo. Suddenly, a whistle sounded from a distance. Boom. And the Mary just hit something and stopped. This is a train. At this time, everyone on the boat could not hear the sudden sound. The only one who heard was Sui. This familiar voice reminded him that he often had to take the green train during his 4 years in college. Sea train. He jumped onto the side of the ship and looked around, but could not see the shadow of the sea train. However, it was obvious that they had just hit the rails of the Shanghai train. Hey, Captain, the sea train is coming, get out of here quickly, it's dangerous. Sui shouted. Huh, Soga. Then everyone, row out of here. Luffy shouted. Oh see. The average person immediately began to row desperately, away from the area just now. Then, everyone finally saw that there was a long railway track floating in the sea. Ooh. At this time, another whistle sounded. This time, Sui was no longer alone, everyone heard it. What a strange sound, Luffy said, pressing his booger. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the freestyle frog standing on the railroad tracks, and his eyes suddenly released stars. Damn it, it's that freestyle frog, what does he want? Advertisement. Ooh, cooch 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 cooch. A beautifully shaped steam train came from a distance and passed the spot where the Golden Mary had just stopped. If it wasn't for Sui's discovery in time, the Golden Mary would have already collided with the train, and now it is estimated that it was the result of a car crash. However, the Straw Hat crew did not breathe a sigh of relief at this time. The reason was very simple, just because the freestyle frog just now smashed into the oncoming train as if it had committed suicide. Boom. As a result, there is no doubt that the frog was directly knocked out. Since it's a frog who works so hard, Suga, then I won't be late for him. Seeing this, Luffy immediately raised a sense of admiration for the frog. Crunch. At the same time, the door in the room under the lighthouse suddenly opened, and an old woman with blonde hair walked out. The old woman held a dark red wine bottle in her hand, and walked staggeringly, filling her mouth with wine from time to time as she walked. Well, it turned out to be a pirate ship. The other party didn't panic at all after seeing the pirate flag hanging on the Golden Mary, instead he drank the wine calmly. Hey, mother-in-law, it's really a pirate ship, beside a little girl with the same blonde hair but with ponytails holding a blue pet. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the hairstyle and face shape of the grandson and grandson to prove their bloodline, the same is true of the bright lipstick on the lips. Hey, are you going to take the sea train? The old woman waved at the Golden Mary and shouted. The Golden Mary docked beside the lighthouse, and the people above disembarked. Hey, old lady, what is a sea train? That boat was so strange just now, and why did the frog hit that strange boat? Luffy is like a walking 100,000 whys and can't stop asking questions. By the way, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I haven't asked for your name yet. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. You can call me Granny Coco, this is Chimoni. The place you're standing on is called Sift Station, and I'm the station master here, 99. Next, Granny Coco introduced the sea train. Advertisement. The so-called sea train is a train that can travel on the sea. It just appeared more than 10 years ago, and it will pass through several islands. Because of the existence of sea trains, people on these islands no longer need to record pointers when going to sea, nor do they need to risk the dangers of the sea to go out to sea. Just buy a ticket for the train and travel and trade freely between the islands where several stations are located. We came here according to the record pointer. Nami pointed to the record pointer on his arm. Seeing this, Granny Kiki Luo immediately showed admiration. Soga, it came through the recording pointer. It's really amazing. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a pirate like you for a long time. If you follow the direction of the recorded pointer, then your goal is the starting station of this sea train, the capital of water, where there is the best shipyard in the world. Granny Coco took a sip of wine to herself. Said. By the way, if you want to repair the ship, I can write you a letter of introduction from Mr. Iceberg, and they will help you after reading the letter of introduction. That guy and I are old friends. 5 minutes later, Granny Cocolo handed Nami a letter with her lips printed on it. Thank you, mother-in-law. Let's go first. Goodbye. The group prepared to leave. Sanji-kun, haven't you always wanted to meet beautiful mermaids? Sui suddenly had a bad taste at this time, and said with an arm around Sanji's shoulder. Ah, what are you trying to say? Sanji had a blank expression on his face. He didn't know what terrible things would happen next. If he knew, he might have kicked Sui out right now. That Granny Coco is a mermaid. Click. Sui's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Sanji to stay on the spot for a while. Hey, Sanji, let's go. Usopp didn't understand the reason. He carried the petrified Sanji on his shoulders and got on the boat. Goodbye, mother-in-law. The group set off for the water capital. It took 3 hours for Sanji to recover from the petrified state. I'm going to erase this part of my memory. It's like erasing pencil writing with an eraser. Sanji's whole body is bad. The mermaid he was thinking about turned out to be the image of Granny Coco, and he estimated that he would have nightmares when sleeping at night. But he never dreamed that Granny Cocolua was a great beauty with a good figure and face when she was young. Chapter 84 Get Rich Overnight, a Billion Bailey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Farewell to mother-in-law Coco. The Golden Mary sailed all the way. Before long, the outline of the island finally appeared ahead. However, unlike the previous islands, this one seems to be a bit special. In the middle is a huge fountain, and the water of the fountain flows into the sea water along the artificial canals in all directions. Surrounded by cities built around canals and fountains, there are many entrances around the island. When Luffy and the others saw this spectacular scene, they couldn't calm down for a long time. However, Sui's attention was on a small island in the distance that jutted out of the sea. It stands to reason that people should build a city there. But now this small island has become an old garbage dump, and there are no buildings on it. Hey, are you pirates? If you are pirates, wouldn't it be a bit unsafe to enter through the front door? Just when the Mary was about to enter the water capital, a local person suddenly reminded her. So, he changed his direction. Thanks for the reminder, Nami shouted. 050, no thanks, Kaido, what a group of polite pirates, ha ha ha. 35. In the end, the Mary went around strangely, and finally stopped on the shore of the deserted island. Drop anchor, disembark. Sui was carrying a huge package, which contained the gold brought back from Sky Island this time. Followed by Nami, a shrewd woman, and 2 bodyguards, Luffy and Usopp. Several people were going to exchange money all the way, and at the same time, they planned to call 1 or 2 ship repairers to see if they could completely renovate the Mary. It is best to renovate and improve the environment. I don't know how many Baileys these can be exchanged for. Nami rubbed his hands, his eyes full of Bailey's symbols. Several people rented 3 blues. The so-called blue is a creature that can carry people in water, similar to a carriage on land. And the reason for renting 3 blues is because such a large package of gold must be transported by 1 blue, and the other 2 blues carry 2 people each. When they got there, a few people entered, and the large bag of gold on Sui's back clearly caught the attention of passers-by. Hey, it's not good, many people are watching us. Advertisement. Don't worry, they will never be able to take things from Sui's hands. Nami had considerable confidence in Sui. Wait, they don't seem to notice us because of the gold in our hands, but because of. Usopp found blind spots that several people didn't. It's the straw hat. And the demon hunter. That's the sniper on his ship, I know the one next to him, the thief cat Nami. How did they appear in the water capital? Could it be that they came to rob? After a long while, the pedestrians boiled and fled the place one after another. Only a few people who were stunned in place were left. Are they already so famous? You know, when you arrived at a place before, the other party couldn't recognize them. As a result, now, the other party recognized them for the first time, but it made them a little uncomfortable. Well, let's exchange the gold first. Sui walked into the exchange indifferently. Half an hour later, several people came out with a pile of boxes. After professional identification and evaluation, these gold products are not antiques, although they have just been manufactured. However, its production process is unexpectedly very sophisticated, which is simply rare in the world. Therefore, the overall value is much higher than the same weight of gold. In the end, a large bag of gold products was exchanged for 1 billion Baileys. Packed in the kind of suitcase that only appears in movies, it can fill 10 suitcases. It will be very dangerous to go out like this, and you will not be able to fight if you encounter an enemy. Usopp thought to himself, and suddenly made some wax oil, forming a long coffin-like thing. Then, put all the brand new Bailey banknotes, one by one, into it. Finally, seal the opening with wax oil and hand it over to Sui for safekeeping. Sui carried the long white object on his back and found that it was just right. Yaxi, it's foolproof now. After all, this is a substance that is harder than steel. The group completed the exchange of gold, and the next goal was the shipyard. Just walked out of the exchange. Suyi's eyes drifted in one direction. Several outstretched heads quickly hid back. Advertisement. Oops, seems to have been discovered. It shouldn't be. We are more than 1,000 meters away from each other. Even with a telescope, it is difficult to find. 5. Yeah, it's probably just a coincidence. Brush. However, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped these stalkers. Are you guys coveting the 1 billion Bailey in our hands? Suyi's voice was calm and dangerous. Impossible. When? 99. So fast. He just said 1 billion Baileys. Bang bang bang. Suyi punched and kicked. Beat up these guys from the Franky family. This is the consequence of provoking our Straw Hat Pirates. The corners of his mouth twitched. These guys were Franky's family, and now he had told him that he had 1 billion Baileys on his hands, and he was also Straw Hat crew. Franky will definitely bring someone to take revenge when he learns that his family has been beaten. Well, just wait for the fish to take the bait. He caught up with Luffy and the others and continued toward the shipyard. Wow, this is Carrera, the world's #1 shipyard. Luffy was stunned when he looked at the huge building in front of him. No wonder it's the #1 in the world. I'm afraid even the largest ship can be built. Sui looked at the shipyard in front of him with a light smile. Nami started rubbing his hands. Yoshi, this time there is a lot of bleeding. Good steel is used on the blade, and the Mary must be properly repaired and strengthened. Hey, you guys, outsiders are not allowed to enter here. A few people were about to enter when they were suddenly stopped by someone. The man was dressed in sportswear, with a peaked cap, and especially a long quadrilateral nose that looked exactly like Usopp. Luffy really misidentified the other party as Usopp, and it took a long time to correct it. Advertisement. Sui looked at this person lightly, imprinting the other person's face in his heart. Is this Kaku? He looks a little honest and honest, it's really hard to imagine that his appearance is fake. Yo, I remembered, you guys seem to be Straw Hat crew, it's all on the news, it's amazing, you can escape from Admiral Aokiji's hands. Kaku said. Hey, how did you do it? Suyi's heart moved. As expected of a special agent, he had already begun to inquire about their intelligence before he knew it. It's all due to luck. Sui stood up. By the way, we're here to find Mr. Bingshan for something. Kaku glanced at Sui. Mr. Iceberg is a busy man, you may not be able to see him. We have a letter of introduction from Mr. Iceberg here. Sui gave the letter of introduction to Kaku. Although Kaku is a CP9 person, but now he is also a boatman, an employee of Carrera Company. Will not do superfluous things, such as interfering with their ship repairs. As that's so, it's time to repair the ship, right? If that's the case, then the old man should go take a look first. Kaku returned the letter of introduction to Sui, and then moved his body in place and started stretching. Give me 10 minutes on 4.9 and I'll be back in 10 minutes. After speaking, Kaku ran at a very fast speed, then jumped up and ran towards the Mary. This amazing physical fitness really surprised Nami and Usopp. Sui sat down and waited with peace of mind. At this moment, he suddenly heard some voices that he was very concerned about in this huge water capital. Hey, Luffy, Nami, Usopp, I'll leave first, I'll take the money with me, and I'll be back later. Sui stood up and said to the crowd, and immediately began to move his body and did a set of stretching exercises. Oh, damn it. This is not the big pirate, the demon hunter Sui, who has a bounty of 330 million Bailey. At this time, a very strange voice appeared behind Sui. I saw a man in a top hat came out with a dove standing on his shoulders. And the words just now were actually said by this pigeon. Chapter 85 Stay or Leave. Robin's Choice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. CP9, Luigi. Sui tilted his head and glanced, and immediately recognized the identity of the other party. Of course, The pigeon on the other side's shoulder naturally couldn't speak, the pigeon just opened its mouth and made a speech action. The one who really made that sharp, strange sound was Lu Chi himself. Because ventriloquism was used, it was impossible to tell that he was speaking. And this was just a skill he used to cover up his voice when he was doing spy work. Well, but now he has no time to pay attention to each other. After completing the warm-up exercise, he ran wildly in a certain direction, and his speed was no weaker than Kaku, who just ran away. This is the result of his intentional restraint. Whoosh! He jumped up and jumped between houses. And his goal is somewhere in this city. After a minute, Sui landed, and in front of him was Robin, who was sitting at a booth drinking coffee. His eyes flicked to Robin's side. This is a guy in a strange trench coat and a strange mask. 14 is definitely a CP9 person. Robin was obviously very surprised when he saw Sui's appearance. But the indifferent expression on the other party's face was very strange. As if I had never seen Sui before. Demon Hunter, Sui. The CP9 officer stood up and made a dull sound from the mask. Advertisement. What is your purpose? Sui glanced at each other lightly, then ignored it, and looked at Robin instead. Robin-san, what are you doing here? It's me who's talking to you. The masked man seemed a little annoyed to see himself being ignored by Sui. Roll. Sui glanced at each other, and there was a trace of conqueror's haki on his body. The other party immediately took 2 steps back and sat on the chair. Robin looked at Sui. Well, since you found it, I'll make it clear that I'm leaving the Straw Hat Pirates. 99. Sui looked at Robin quietly, and Robin also looked at him quietly. His eyes were very indifferent. At least tell us why. Sui said. Robin stood up. No reason. After saying that, he left. Is this your choice, Robin, 35? Sui looked at Robin's back. Because of the fear of Buster Call, I surrendered to the world government in order to protect us. Well, since that's the case, I'll ask the captain. It's fine if he lets you go, but if he doesn't let you go, I'm afraid you won't leave the Straw Hat Pirates so easily. 5. A faint smile appeared on Sui's face. The reason why Robin is so determined to leave. It comes from the fear of Buster Call and the fear of world government in his heart. If this kind of fear is not completely removed, there may be other mobs in the future. So, Sui decided to go to the Enies Lobby. Also, Enies Lobby has 2 giants who have been deceived by the world government for 50 years. Unfortunately, the strength is not enough now, otherwise, the submarine prison can be broken into. Advertisement. Then let's be apart for a while, Robin. 35. He glanced at the man with the mask, turned and left without saying anything. Hoo. The masked man did not dare to breathe until after Sui had left. What a terrifying look. What was that just now? It doesn't look like a murderous look, but it looks like a kind of aura that only a high-ranking king can have. 35. A muffled sound like a self-talk came from under the mask. Back at the shipyard, Kaku just came back from the Mary. Luffy, Nami, Usopp looked at each other expectantly. How much does it cost to repair? We have a lot of Baileys. Nami said very arrogantly. However, Kaku sighed. To be honest, your ship has been lost. The old man carefully inspected your boat. To put it bluntly, it looks like a pile of junk. Of course, it can still be repaired, but... Having said this, he paused, his eyes became a little serious. However, the keel of the ship has already been broken. If you know some knowledge of the ship, you will know what happens when the keel is broken, even if it is a broken keel. Even the best boatman in the world can't fix it. Silence. The 3 of Luffy fell into silence. Are you serious? You don't think we can't pay? Hey, Usopp suddenly shouted, we have 1 billion Baileys. We can definitely give you enough wages. Impossible. Our ship is well protected. How could the keel be broken? Sui came back at this time. He clearly remembered that the reason why the original Limeli could not be repaired was probably because it fell from Sky Island. But now in this world, when they came down from Sky Island, the Mary had no impact at all. That is to say, it is well protected. Moreover, he also personally took action to stop the previous situations that were likely to cause major damage. In theory, it is impossible for the Mary to suffer such serious injuries. The old man looked at the bottom of your boat, and a special kind of shell was installed in some places. Although I don't know what it does, the location where the keel broke is obviously related to those shells. Kaku said. Advertisement. Shell. Usopp was stunned for a moment, then his pupils shrank. Breakout babe. They used to evade Marine Admiral Aokiji's pursuit. Dispute shells are shells 10 times stronger than shock shells. But whether it is a shock shell or a discharge shell, when a strong shock is issued, the same shock will be issued in the opposite direction. That is to say, the Mary once received the impact of 3 platoons. And still on the most important keel. After all, the Mary was only made of ordinary wood, not the wood of the treasure tree atom. It is only natural that it will be damaged by the impact of 3 platoons. However, even with 050, Usopp could not accept this fact. Sui took a deep breath. What a mistake. I thought it was foolproof to get down from Sky Island, but I didn't expect this to happen. Impossible, impossible. Usopp clenched his hands tightly. Impossible, the Mary is still fine. It took us out to sea before, and I built the frame with wax oil. Kaku said. Ah, I did find some white materials. I have never seen that kind of material. It has the hardness of steel, but it is lighter than wood. 35. After a pause, he continued. However, unless you can replace the entire keel with that kind of material, which is impossible. The keel is broken. If you want to replace it, you will have to dismantle the entire ship, which is equivalent to rebuilding a new one. Even if you imitate the exact same ship according to the style of the Mary, you who live on the ship will definitely find this. It's not the same boat anymore. Sui fell into contemplation. He didn't expect the keel of the Mary to break. Originally, he wanted to pick Franky aboard in the water capital, and then give him the munch fruit, so that he could completely transform the Mary into a powerful warship. But now it seems that the Mary should not be able to keep it. At least the current hull of the Mary can't be maintained. Even if Franky can be repaired, it will be a major repair. However, this Kaku has only been a boatman for 5 years, so let the more professional Franky take a look. 35. Chapter 86 grants Franky munch fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since they can't fix the Mary, let's not waste time here. Sui put his hand on Usopp's shoulder. Go back and think of a way. Sui. Usopp looked at Sui with a moving look. Hey, you're making me sick looking at me like that. Sui, you are such a good person. Let me go. Watching a group of people leave. Kaku and Lucci, who were staying in place, looked at each other, and the two quickly completed their eye contact. Back on the Mary, it has already become a battlefield. It turned out that when Sui and others were in the shipyard, the members of the Franky family who were taught by Sui before went back to their boss, Franky, to make a small report, saying that a group of guys named Straw Hat Crew bullied them. Of course, the most important thing is that the other party has a huge sum of 1 billion Bailey. Franky was immediately moved, and went to the Mary with all his staff, intending to seize the huge sum of money. As a result, Zoro, Sanji and Chopper, who were on the boat, became their opponents. However, how could someone from the Franky family be the opponent of the three? When Sui and the others came back, they happened to see Franky being trampled on the ground by Zoro, unable to move. Oh, you guys are back. I don't know where a group of troublemakers came out of nowhere, but we've solved it, Zoro said with a smile. Sui glanced at Franky on the ground with pity, and then handed over the billions of Bailey on his body to Usopp and asked him to put it back on the Mary. After that, he went to find Franky. Your name is Franky, right? Sui asked. Franky exclaimed, Straw Hat Crew, I won't let you go. 35. Sui took out 3 bottles of Coke. Let's make a deal. I'll give you the money, and you'll fix the boat for us. Advertisement. There was a glint in Franky's eyes. Coke is the source of his power. When he fought with Zoro and others, it was because Coke's power was insufficient that he was defeated. Now this guy doesn't know why he will give him Coke, but if he can temporarily make a fool of himself, as long as he gets Coke, then he will have a chance to make a comeback. Yeah, since you begged me sincerely, then I will mercifully agree to your request. He took the Coke and filled it into his body with lightning speed. Ow! Super! Franky regained his energy, as if to keep fighting. Hey, you bastard, don't you say you're not going to keep the promise between men. 35. Huh. 35. Franky stopped his preparations for the attack, lost in thought. Yeah, I really can't do anything to you. Since I have already agreed to your request, I will naturally not regret it. I will definitely help you to repair the ship, but after the repair, I will still trouble you. You remember. Whatever you want. 39 feet. Sui patted Franky on the shoulder. Franky stood up. Hey, now I'll set up my buddies first, and get some boat repair tools, I'm not running away. 5. Whatever you want. Sui seemed to be quite assured of Franky's character. Franky saw that Sui was so refreshing, and naturally became very motivated. And left with his brothers. Hey, Sui, is it really okay? Usopp asked worriedly, obviously not trusting this troublemaker too much. Don't worry, my eyesight is quite accurate, Sui was quite confident. Sure enough, an hour later, Franky came back alone. He was still carrying a huge package on his back. After putting the package down, he walked into the Mary on his own and started a comprehensive inspection. However, after checking it out, Franky made the same judgment as Kaku. No, the keel is broken. Advertisement. Hey, looks like another unreliable guy, Usopp scolded almost reflexively. Franky forcibly suppressed the urge to hit someone. Why do you have to be attached to such a ship? I think the style of this ship is already very old. It is reasonable to say that this kind of ship is difficult to sail in such a dangerous place as the Grand Line. Thank you for being able to be on this kind of ship. Sailing so far really convinced you. Mary is our partner. From the time it went out to sea, the Mary has carried too many memories for us. Although it is just a ship, it is more reliable than humans. Usopp's eyes couldn't stop flowing. Tears. In fact, he knew better than anyone about the situation of the Mary, and both the shipyard's shipbuilder and the guy who looked like a gangster gave the same judgment. It can be said that the Mary has been sentenced to death. Baga Yalu. Really, it's so touching. Woohoo. Franky was moved to tears. Sui sighed. Actually, we have another reason why we must not abandon the Mary. Why? Both Franky and Usopp looked at Sui. I don't know if you have heard of the ship spirit. Ship sprite. Usopp looked curious. Franky was shocked. Masaka. You. Sui nodded. Yes, one night, I saw with my own eyes a white ghost-like figure appeared on the ship, silently repairing the Mary with a wooden hammer. Thinking of some books I had read before, I'm guessing that's the ship spirit. Soga. So it is. Franky wiped his tears. Only Usopp was still at a loss. What the hell is a ship sprite? Franky explained. The ship spirit is the consciousness of the birth of the ship. Legend has it that only by caring for one's own ship can the ship spirit be born. The ship spirit is a reliable partner who will alert the sleeping crew when it is dangerous, and even appear in the middle of the night. It happens that a broken ship is repaired secretly. After a pause, he looked at Usopp. That is to say, your Mary already has its own consciousness, it is alive. Usopp glanced at the Mary in the distance in disbelief. The Mary in the sunset became extraordinarily brilliant under the glittering light of the sea. Mary, don't worry, I won't abandon you. Quote. Usopp's eyes grew firmer. Advertisement. Well, there is actually another way, that is to dismantle a part of the Mary, let the ship spirit be stored in it, and install it on a new ship, so that the ship spirit will survive. 35. Franky stroked his hair and said. Really? Usopp's eyes burst into a dazzling light. But in this way, a new ship needs to be built, which is a big project, and it can't be completed in a while. Well, whatever, we can't go to sea without a boat anyway. Sui waved his hand and said. Yoshi, since that's the case, I'll start work. Sui stopped Franky who was about to leave. Wait, I have something for you here. As he spoke, a book appeared in his right hand, and a pure white fruit was taken out from it. This fruit looks as if two piranhas are bite together, it is munch fruit. I have the ability to steal other people's fruit ability, and after my further development, I found that the stolen ability can be lent to others, and those who get, of lease, this new ability will not become a landlubber. Sui handed the fruit to Franky. This is even the cost of building a ship. Franky fell into sluggishness. Ow, I won't be fooled by you. This must be the real devil fruit. You want me to become a landlubber. Sui. Even the real devil fruit is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. Franky. But why did you tell me such important information and give me back this kind of fruit? Because I can withdraw this ability at any time. I believe that you who have obtained the power of the devil will definitely be greedy for this power, and obediently repair the ship for us. Sui's lies are also a set of sets, and the tiger's Franky is stunned for a while. Finally took over the munch fruit. Well, if that's the case, then I'll be gracious, but I won't be addicted to this kind of power. Seeing Franky's retreating back, Sui's mouth showed a triumphant smile. Wouldn't you be addicted? You still underestimate the ability of munch fruit. When you thoroughly understand the characteristics of munch fruit, you will board our boat without us looking for you. Chapter 87. The plot changes. 2 extra people. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You mean, that guy Robin, was kidnapped by the world government? On the Golden Mary, everyone who was eating looked at Sui in surprise. Sui smiled and nodded while cutting the steak. Although it is a misinterpretation of Robin's meaning, well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as Robin is rescued, and the fear of Buster Call is removed from her heart. The key to Buster Call is on the Enies Lobby, in the hands of Spandam, the chief of CP9. With Spandam's fear of death, it is impossible to leave Enies Lobby. So, the only chance to get in touch with each other is to go to the Enies Lobby in person. Then, launch the Buster Call and smash the Buster Call fiercely. Let Robin understand that the so-called Buster Call is nothing more than that. The current Straw Hat Pirates is no longer a rookie pirate group that anyone can handle. If Admiral is out, who will fight? Sui. Then do you know where Robin is? Everyone looked at Sui. Everyone knew what he had seen and heard, so it shouldn't be a problem to find Robin from the capital of water. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Sui scratched his ears, which was his habit when he lied. Hey, don't worry anyway. Robin seems to have made some kind of deal with them. There will be no problem with safety, and she can even have time to drink coffee. Sui comforted everyone. If that's the case, let's look for it tomorrow. The next day, just after going out, Sui saw a report. Mr. Iceberg was assassinated, and one of the assassins was Nicole 050 Robin from Straw Hat Crew. For a time, Straw Hat Crew became the target of public criticism. Yeah, this is not good, this kind of thing happened. Sui looked at the city newspaper, and the development of things was all he expected. Next, CP9 continued the assassination, and then the kidnapping of Franky. And they just need to take the C train to the Enies Lobby. Told Luffy them about the newspaper. Impossible, how could Robin be a killer? The first reaction of Luffy et al. Was disbelief. Actually, there is a way. If Robin really turns into a killer, then she will definitely assassinate Mr. Iceberg again. In this case, we might as well take the plan and stay at Mr. Iceberg's house tonight. Maybe we can wait for Robin's sauce. Sui mentioned. Everyone accepted this proposal, and this was the best way to do it now. Night. Straw Hat Crew ambushed on the roof near Iceberg's residence. At this time, the building where the iceberg is located has been surrounded by the shipyard's boatmen. Bingshan is the owner of the shipyard. He was assassinated. The employees of the shipyard are naturally desperate to protect their own boss. Advertisement. Not only is the outside of the building surrounded, but every corridor inside the building is filled with rows of people. It can be said that there is no possibility of sneaking in at all. At this time, the room where the iceberg was located was also protected by his secretary Khalifa. However, Sui knew that Lu Chi from the shipyard, Kaku, Bluno from the tavern, and Khalifa, the secretary of Iceberg, were actually CP9 people. Thinking about it this way, the iceberg is actually quite pitiful. There are spies all around. Hey, Captain, don't act rashly before the enemy appears, otherwise the dirty water on our body will not be washed clean. However, when the enemy appears, it is possible to make a scene. Time passed minute by minute. Sanji suddenly moved his eyes and said, "Come on." Sui almost forgot, Sanji is also seen. In fact, he had already heard Robin's voice. Ah, but there's another guy by Robin's side. Sui said, and glanced at Luffy beside him. At this time, where is Luffy's figure? It's really impossible to take him, so let's go. Sui covered her face helplessly. Everyone was a little helpless, but they had no choice but to go up. However, everyone did not go through the door, but just like Luffy, they smashed the wall and entered the room where the iceberg was. At this time, in the room of the iceberg, besides the iceberg, there were also Robin and a man with horns. Bluno, door fruit ability person. Boom. The walls were broken. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Suyi, everyone stood in the room. On the opposite side, there are only Bluno and Robin. Robin's pupils shrank and looked at the crowd in disbelief. Hey Robin, what are you doing there? Robin, this joke is not funny at all. Come here quickly. Clatter. Bluno stepped forward and said, you guys, Straw Hat Crew, I'm sorry this isn't a situation you can get involved in. Suyi and others looked at each other. Who's up? Come on. Sanji took 2 steps forward. I've long thought this guy was not pleasing to the eye. Is he the one who kidnapped Robin-chan? Advertisement. I don't know what to do. Bluno gave a cruel smile. Tempest kick. 995. He suddenly kicked out a kick, and a light blue slash flew towards the mountain beach. Sanji's expression didn't change. Observation hockey had made him understand everything. The next moment, he raised his foot, and the restraint on his foot was not released, just blocking the opponent's tempest kick. Asshole. He quickly dodged in front of Bluno and was about to attack. Shave. Bluno's expression remained the same, as if he just regarded Sanji as a small character. Immediately displayed the razor and disappeared in place. Immediately, a tempest kick would end Sanji's life. You're here. Sanji suddenly turned his head and looked at Bluno with a smile on his face. Nani? Impossible. A look of disbelief flashed across Bluno's face. Iron body. He suddenly shouted, and his body turned into a hard form like iron body. Boom. Sanji kicked it out with one kick. After this period of training, Sanji's kicking skills seem to have made great progress. Although armament hockey has not yet been cultivated, the strength and speed are much stronger than before. Therefore, this kick directly kicked Bluno to the point of vomiting blood. Impossible. Why is this foot so heavy? Bluno vomited blood, and he couldn't believe it. Bang bang bang. Sanji went straight to fill up, giving Bluno a roundhouse kick. Kacha. Kacha, kacha. There was a sound of broken bones from Bluno's body. How is it possible? I was kicked and fractured in iron body state. What kind of power does the opponent have? 5. Bluno's heart was full of shock. There is no other way. I have to go first. 95. Thinking in his heart, Bluno is ready to activate the ability of the door fruit. Boom. Suddenly, something hit him. Advertisement. The next moment, Bluno noticed something was wrong. Your own abilities are useless. How is it possible? You are a demon hunter. Bluno suddenly understood something when he saw Suyi, who suddenly appeared beside him. As the elite of the intelligence organization, he is naturally aware of Suyi's relevant information. Knowing that Suyi can make others useless. It's troublesome now. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Shave. Suddenly disappeared in place. But he was ready to run away. Boom. Suyi suddenly pressed the opponent's face. A huge force slammed it to the ground, only with a bang sound. The wall shattered, and Bluno flew out directly. Although Suyi is also going to break into the Enies Lobby, it would be a loss for a guy of this level to take Robin away. Mr. Iceberg, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. 35. Suyi solved Bluno, looked at Robin, who was a little embarrassed. Even looking at the iceberg in shock. Bluno in the tavern turned out to be an agent of CP9. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, the door of the room was kicked open from the outside. Wu Dao walked in with a figure wearing a windbreaker and a hood. Hey, what's going on here? What about that guy Bluno? 35. A muffled voice came from the hood. Oh, Straw Hat Crew. Several people took off their hoods. As of now, you don't have to hide your identity anymore. After 3 of them took off their hoods, 3 familiar faces were revealed. It was at the shipyard yesterday that I met Lu Chi, Kaku and Khalifa, the secretary of Iceberg. However, What surprised Sui was. There are two other people, with masks that make him unfamiliar. Not the people who appear in the original book. 27%. Chapter 88 Straw Hat Crew Destroys Flat CP9. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who are you two? Sui looked at the two wearing masks. Why are there two more people? Lu Chi looked at Sui with a smile on his lips. Mr. Marine Admiral Kuzan sent two vice admirals from the headquarters after learning that you came to this island. The purpose is you, Demon Hunter. 35. Sui looked at Lu Chi with a serious look. This Lu Chi didn't even have the mood to compete with himself. There was not even the slightest objection that Aokiji sent two vice admiral to deal with him instead of calling him Luki. After all, Aokiji's behavior is tantamount to looking down on him. Lu Chi. I think that with the strength of their CP9, they can't deal with themselves. Seems to see Suyi's idea. Lu Chi smiled and said, we are killers, not idiots. Like you, a dangerous person with a bounty of more than 300 million, Admiral has his own judgment. I don't think my judgment is better than Admiral. Suga, since that's the case, let's go out and fight. 35. Sui glanced at the two masked people, then jumped out of the window. The two masked people looked at each other and jumped out of the window along with Sui. On the street, Sui faced two vice admirals. The two also stopped covering up and took off the masks on their faces. One is a man with scars on his face, and the other is a woman with a beautiful face. It's all Vice Admiral that Sui doesn't know. Demon Hunter Sui, today is your doom. 35. Neither of us have eaten devil fruit, your abilities are useless to us. Scarface suddenly dodged, appeared in front of Sui, and punched Sui fiercely. This punch far surpassed Lu Chi and others in both speed and strength. It seems that this time Aokiji is also prepared, and specially chose two opponents with strong physical skills. As for the other woman, she was watching the battle from the sidelines and had no plans to take action. Sui retreated, pulled out the blue bird from his waist, and slashed out. One shot flow, mad slash. The opponent avoided Sui's slash with a razor. But at the same time, a building behind the other party was directly cut into two pieces. What a quick knife. Shadow. Both Scarface and Vice Admiral shrank. Don't get distracted while fighting. Sui suddenly appeared in front of Scarface. Yi Dao Lu fireworks. Taking himself as the center, he slashed countless knives in all directions. This time, the other party can't escape no matter what. Iron Body. Advertisement. Scarface resorted to Iron Body, intending to resist Sui's attack. And the female Vice Admiral is a moonwalk jumping into the air. Sui's attack was directed in all directions, but only above was not. Puff puff. The Iron Body with the scarred face had no chance of defending against Sui's slash, but was cut with a lot of blood. One shot, violent cut. Sui suddenly turned the offensive, without the slightest pause, before Scarface stopped Iron Body. Suddenly a knife hit the opponent's body. Puff. Boom. This is a completely violent attack, the pupil of the Scarface shrank. Then I felt a sharp pain. There was blood from a knife in the chest, and I don't know how many ribs were cut off. Almost injures the internal organs. Thump. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground. So that's the case, have you always retained your strength before? The female Vice Admiral landed not far away, her face covered in cold sweat. Being able to suddenly stop the offensive in such a dense attack, and use such a powerful and heavy knife, can only explain one thing. 39. You use such a move, it is easy for you. 35. Tick. A drop of cold sweat fell to the ground. What a monster. 35. Sui smiled. You know too late, I won't pity Shongshiyu just because you are a woman. After all, when that guy Aokiji came to them, he was going to kill them all. If that's the case, then it's not too much for him to take away the heads of his subordinates, right? One shot, black cut. Sui has armament haki attached to the knife this time. The blade turned black directly. That's it, you really have mastered haki. 99. Female Vice Admiral drew a soft sword from her waist. Armed. I saw a layer of black matter suddenly attached to it. It's also armament haki. Boom. The two sides collided, the armed color and the armed color collided, and finally the stronger Sui flew the female Vice Admiral out. One-shot flow. Cut quickly. He didn't stop in the slightest, and while the opponent was still in the air, he killed him. Advertisement. It was almost an incredible knife, and it cut to the female Vice Admiral. When the female Vice Admiral saw this, she only came to have an armed color on her abdomen. Boom. The female Vice Admiral was not injured, but she flew out and crashed into a building. Shave. Among the ruins, the female Vice Admiral appeared in front of Sui. There were not many injuries on his body. In the face of Sui, a dangerous opponent, she cautiously covered her entire body with her armed color. Dance of Sakura. She swung the soft sword in her hand, and a black sword energy flew towards Sui. To be able to cover the whole body with armed color, it seems that this woman is the strongest existence among the two. Sui's heart moved, holding the blue bird and taking a deep breath. One-shot flow. Big hit angle. At this moment, he burst out with a full blow. This is the result of his cultivation during this period of time, and it is also where his confidence lies. You'd better have all the hockey on your belly. Sui kindly reminded. Duo. Quick and incredible knife. It passed through countless sword lights shot by the female Vice Admiral, and finally stabbed her in the lower abdomen. Even though she was covered with armament, her lower abdomen sank ruthlessly, her body arched like a prawn, and she flew out. Boom 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 boom. She smashed more than a dozen buildings, and in the end was completely silent among the rubble. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. In Sui's sight, the other party was motionless. Putting the knife in its sheath, Sui glanced at the scarred face on the ground. Then a few jumps, back to the iceberg room. At this time, the battle in Iceberg's room had already heated up. However, Robin's figure disappeared. Where's Robin? Sui asked with a frown. Nami said, after you left, the other party showed up with a masked person, and the other party took Robin. Again. Sui was puzzled. I immediately understood. It turned out that the other party dispatched not 2 Vice Admiral, but 3. Judging from the breath captured by the sight, the person beside Robin was indeed Vice Admiral. So that's it. Do you think 2 Vice Admirals are enough to get rid of me? Sui smiled. Advertisement. It seems that he was really underestimated. Lucci and others saw Sui coming back. Face changed. 0.0. You actually beat them both. Impossible. The other party is 2 Vice Admiral, and they are also specializing in physique. Don't get distracted while fighting, bastard. Sanji and Zoro suddenly increased their power. Lucci and Kaku had to respond quickly. Now Zoro and Sanji are not the strength of this period in the original book. Zoro's strength has been strengthened unprecedentedly during this period, and after special training in Sky Island, his physical strength has been greatly improved. In addition to the enhancement of his physique, Sanji also awakened his senses, and the opponent's attack could not help him at all. Not to mention, Kaku and Khalifa hadn't eaten devil fruit at all at this time. Zoro and Sanji and Lucci and Kaku played 55-50. And Usopp is a one-on-one against Khalifa. Nami swept aside and used the weather stick to accumulate thunderclouds. Lightning weather. Rumbling. A thunderous sound. Khalifa was directly electrocuted into a blackened pan and lost consciousness. How can it be repaired? What a tough bunch of guys. 55. When Lucci saw something bad, the body suddenly swelled in a circle, and the whole person also turned into a cheetah shape. Zone katakana middle dot cat cat fruit katakana middle dot leopard. 3 swords mystery 3000 worlds. 95. Zoro seizes the time when the opponent transforms. Suddenly killed, and immediately left a string of bloodstains on the opponent's body. Finger pistol. Lucci endured the pain, and suddenly hit Zoro's back with a finger pistol. Sneak attack from behind, you guy. Zoro blocked finger pistol with a knife, like an eye on his back. 9 blades Ashura. Zoro was really irritated, and he didn't want to hold back at all for this guy who sneaked behind him. Puff. Lucci wanted to fight back. However, he found that there were already a lot of wounds on his body, and blood spurted out. Strength is constantly flowing. On the other side, Sanji dodged Kaku's tempest kick and a whirlwind kick hit Kaku in the nose. Chapter 89 Luffy vs Vice Admiral, Awakening Conquerors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Then, I will accept your cheetah fruit. Sui walked to the unconscious Lu Chi's side, the book in his right hand was about to touch the other's body. Suddenly, the corner of Lu Chi's mouth on the ground raised. Six King's Spear. Armed. Puff puff. The Six King's Spear hit Sui, and they were resisted by armed men. You have a way of pretending to be dead. He squeezed his fist. The fist was attached with a layer of armed color, and then hit Lu Chi's chest hard. Boom. The ground cracked, the floor cracked directly, the two fell to the downstairs, and then the floor cracked again, falling to the ground, and the ground also cracked with spider web-like cracks. A bodge. Lu Chi's mouth spurted a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled, and he lost consciousness. Sui slapped the opponent's face with the Book of Thieves. The opponent's cheetah form was immediately lifted. Water capital, somewhere. Robin walks with a masked man. The two walked towards the station. Hey, 050. Nico Robin, hurry up, you son of the devil. The masked man urged. There was no respect at all in his tone, only deep disgust and disgust. Robin glanced at the water capital behind him. There was a hint of trembling in his eyes. Just now, Sui and the others went to rescue her, and it seems that they have guessed that she will continue to assassinate Iceberg tonight. In order to save her, Zoro and the others also fought against Lu Chi, the top CP9 killers. At this time, hey, where are you taking Robin? 35. A figure wearing a straw hat stood in front of the two of them. By the way, why is Luffy here? At the beginning of the battle, Luffy was the first to enter the building. And then got lost. When I found the room where the iceberg was, I happened to see Robin being taken away by a masked man. So he chased after him. Hey, Robin, who is this guy? Luffy looked unhappy. Luffy, I've left the Straw Hat Pirates, 55. Robin has always had a demon in his heart that no matter how strong Luffy and the others are, they can't get rid of it. Advertisement. Buster Call is her childhood shadow. And Spandam threatened Robin with this. The masked man laughed and said, Nico Robin is a demon whose nature has rotted. You are all deceived by that evil woman. She is a poor woman who survived from the dark world through constant betrayal. Click. There was a screeching of knuckles from Luffy's fists. Will you try again? Luffy looked at each other with murderous eyes. At this moment, an astonishing aura emanated from Luffy's body. The other party felt this momentum, and the whole person's fighting spirit disappeared. This is Conquerors. For a time, the masked man was a little shocked. A little pirate actually awakened Conqueror's haki. What kind of talent is this? You have to be strangled in this place. The other party realized Luffy's potential. Suddenly, a pair of seastone handcuffs were placed on Robin's hands. While blowing a whistle, a few figures in trench coats and masks appeared beside Robin and took Robin away from the trail. Why on earth would Robin do this? Luffy stared at each other. He knew that he couldn't take Robin without getting rid of this guy. The other party did not intend to hide his identity at this time, and immediately took off the mask on his face. It's an unremarkable face, only wearing a pair of finger tigers on his hands. A long time ago, an island was destroyed, because 5 Marine Vice Admiral and 10 Marine warships, 39. This is an unstoppable military force, and it is precisely because of the seeds of fear planted in her that she does not even have the courage to resist us. The other party's words made Luffy's pupils shrink. Guo moruo, a pistol. Boom. The other party also punched, the fists of both sides collided, and a wave of air spread suddenly. So weak. The other party said something in surprise, as if he did not expect that the captain of the demon hunter was so weak. Luffy gritted his teeth and looked at each other. How dare you underestimate me? If that's the case, let you see this trick. 35. He made a squat posture, put his hands on his knees, and pressed the knee of his left leg hard. Gollum. Advertisement. Second block. Luffy's skin turned red, and some steam came out. His speed has increased a level, and so has his strength. Jet pistol. Boom. This time the attack made the other party finally feel the pressure. It's so fast, and the strength has become much stronger. But justice cannot be lost. Justice. Iron Fist. At this moment, the opponent accumulated strength and hit Luffy with all his strength. And Luffy also hit the opponent with a jet pistol. Boom. The two sides collided, and a wave of air was set off. Oh 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 oh, Luffy yelled, blue veins popping up on his forehead. Ah. 35 The other party also gritted his teeth, constantly pouring strength into his arms. Ah 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 ah. Luffy's pupils shrank, and the armed color subconsciously radiated out. The opponent lost his mind for a moment, and the strength in his hand also loosened. Boom. Luffy punched the opponent hard in the face. Boom. The opponent flew out and smashed a pile of buildings. Guo Mo. Guo Moruo. Jet guns beat. Originally, Luffy was someone who wouldn't be able to hit hard. But the other party's attitude towards Robin just now made him completely furious. Bang 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 bang. A puff of smoke rose from the ruins, Luffy punched to the flesh, and Vice Admiral curled his body into a ball, but the terrifying strength and rain-like fists made him almost sick to his stomach. When the attack is over, Luffy fell to the ground, fell to one knee, panting violently. Looking at the ruins again, Vice Admiral's eyes turned white, and he had already lost consciousness. Robin. Luffy walked in the direction of the station, wobbly and unsteady. Hey, Captain, if you're out of strength, don't be brave. A current passed by. Sui had come to Luffy's side at some point, and carried Luffy on his shoulders. The typhoon is coming, and it would be a disaster to keep you a landlubber here. Advertisement. As he said that, he had already jumped to the roof and headed towards the station of the sea train. Sui, I seem to have awakened the conquerors you mentioned. Luffy said with a smile. Ah, this kind of thing, once you wake up, you won't forget that feeling. 35. If there is time in the future, the two of us can use conquerors to collide, which may have a special effect on Haki's cultivation. 9. When the two came to the station. The sea train has departed. Sui looked at the water capital behind him. The world government sent a lot of people this time. CP9, the 3 vice admirals, and the group of intelligence officers just now. Now the sea train is leaving early. Not so much they were interested in Robin. Rather, they are interested in ancient weapons. Soon, Zoro and others also arrived at the station. Seeing that the sea train has disappeared, all frowned. What's next? Mary can't go to sea, the sea train has been driven away on 4.9. Well, leave this to me. Granny Kokora appeared out of nowhere. Led a group to find the Rocketman sea train. This was originally an abandoned train. But this time it came in handy. Yoshi, stop the sea train and save Robin. Luffy raised his hands high. But soon got hungry again. At this moment, Sui clapped his hands. 2 guys, who were obviously station staff, walked out with a small cart. There was a lot of meat and fruit on the cart. Push it onto the train. The group got on the train and was ready to leave. Hey, wait for me, you guys. Suddenly, a guy wearing only a pair of underwear came over. I heard about you from Big Brother Iceberg, let me do my part. 35. Also, Nico Robin is absolutely impossible to fall into the hands of the world government. She is the master who has the ability to open the Pandora's box of ancient weapon. Chapter 90 Franky Devourer 1. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, Franky, what are you doing? After Franky arrived on the Rocketman, he did not enter the cabin, but directly to the locomotive. Oh, super. Franky suddenly opened his mouth, and the mouth was so big that he swallowed the locomotive directly into his stomach. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, he sat on the broken head of the train. The body gradually deformed and became the shape of a locomotive. Integrate with the train. Franky Devourer 1. Debut. As a result, a sea train with a mouth that looks very similar to Franky, can speak, and has a mouth appears. Brother, here we come. At this moment, the people of the Franky family appeared in a boat. At the bow are 2 blues as huge as sea kings. On the ship, there are some weapons such as cannons. All in my mouth. 39. Franky opened his mouth and said. Rumbling. As a result, such a mess of cannonballs and the like was eaten by Franky. Munch munch fruit. Ton ton factory, start. The entire Rocketman sea train suddenly deformed for a while, all the iron sheets became fluid, and looked shiny, as if they were brand new, and the carriages also changed from the original 2 sections to 5 sections. 14. At the front of the car, on the top of Franky's head, a huge gun barrel grew out. On the roof and side of the windows, there are ladders and handrails that allow people to climb out of the car or stand on the roof at any time. It looks like it has become a luxury train for sightseeing and combat. Ow! Franky Devourer 1, go! Woo woo! As he spoke, 2 jets of steam spewed from Franky's nostrils, and the train started. People on the shore. In the car, Luffy and Chopper and Usopp all had bright-eyed expressions. Damn it! So handsome. 35. What a comfortable environment. Advertisement. Chirp. Suddenly, some beds appeared from the walls of the carriage, as well as tables with teacups, snacks and food. Franky's voice came from the roof speaker. Guests, please have a meal, and if you feel tired, you can rest. Sui sat on a soft sofa, eating a piece of barbecue, and exhaled a long breath. Not bad, it's quite comfortable, I thought it was going to be bumpy all the way. Granny Coco drove the Franky Devourer 1, galloping on the rough sea. Attention! The front will be in line with the railroad tracks, and the speed will increase. Please sit firmly and support. The voice of Granny Kokora is transmitted to the carriage through the loudspeaker. Even the people of the Franky family who were sitting on the boat outside entered the carriage with the abandoned boat. There were only 2 blue sea beasts happily swimming outside. Well, Luffy, let's go over there and talk. 35. Sui finished eating the meat in his hand and suddenly said to Luffy. Luffy stood up and the 2 entered an empty carriage. You should have awakened conquerors by now, how does it feel? Sui asked. Luffy took out his nostrils and said, I don't feel anything. I just feel a little tired after using conquerors, but this fatigue is not physical, but mental. 99. Of course, but as long as you use it more in the future, this situation will be alleviated. Sui said and suddenly smiled. I also have conquerors, why don't we try to see whose conquerors is stronger? Luffy also gave an interested expression, okay. The 2 stood opposite each other, their eyes fixed on each other. Hum. 2 strands of blue haki were excited at the same time, colliding together. Boom. Like 2 blown balloons, neither of the 2 haki loses. And the things in the carriage also slumped along with the 2's haki, and waves of air spread around the 2 of them. Oh. Luffy gritted his teeth, blue veins popping up on his forehead. Ah. Sui also roared like a beast in his throat. In the end, both of them felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The most intuitive feeling of Sui is that he seems to have not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. His body is very excited, but his spirit is very weak. This feeling makes people extremely uncomfortable. Advertisement. Woohoo. 55. He and Luffy closed their eyes and fell asleep almost simultaneously. Chirp. Just after the 2 fell asleep, 2 mechanical arms stretched out from the wall and placed them on the bed. Front. Franky. These 2 guys, doing something in my body, always feel like they just saw something amazing. And in the car closest to the 2 of them, a group of people stopped their movements one after another. Just now, did you feel anything? Ah, I feel that oppression. I didn't dare to breathe just now, it scared me to death. I remember it seemed like the Straw Hat and Sui went in. Is this the effect of the 2 of them? I don't know, but 89 are inseparable. After a long time, everyone regained their calm. Rip jerk. The train galloped over the sea. Suddenly there was a huge wave that covered the sky, its height was like a mountain, and its width was boundless. Gods of water, here we come. Granny Kokora saw the waves outside through the window, and her eyes became solemn. Don't worry, leave it to me, there will be no problem. Franky suddenly closed his mouth and tilted his head down. At the same time, the overhead gun barrel was aimed at the waves ahead. Franky, the wind is blowing the mountain. This is not an ordinary cannon, but an air cannon, powered by the steam of a steam train. This is much stronger than Franky's Coke. A wave of energy fluctuations slowly gathered, forming a white light group, which burst out the next moment. Boom. Advertisement. The whole hull shook. Inside the gun barrel, a white beam of light suddenly hit the waves in the distance, opening a huge opening. The train rides through this gap safely. Ow. Super. Franky raised his head proudly, his joy almost beyond words. Roar. At this moment, a sea king suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. Franky. Cannon. 39. This time, it was an ordinary cannonball, and one round of the cannonball directly blew the sea beast into the sea water. Kacha. 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 Before 050 passed the corpse of the sea beast, a robotic arm with mechanical claws and a chainsaw stretched out from the carriage. The flesh of the sea beast was cut into pieces, and then divided into small pieces, which were transported to the carriage. Super fresh sea beast meat, please enjoy it. 35. There is a group of strong men with amazing combat power on the ship, how can they not let them have a good meal before the war? Just the food that was hoarded just before departure, Luffy alone can wipe it out. Let me do the cooking. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and started cooking for the whole train. 3 hours later, a smell of meat drifted into the car at the end. The air bubble on Luffy's nose, who was sleeping, suddenly burst, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. Meat. It's meat. I want to eat meat. He almost sleepwalked out of the carriage, came to a pile of roasted meat, and choked up. Sui was also awakened by this movement. He rubbed his forehead, feeling refreshed when he woke up. Moreover, he can feel that his spiritual power has improved a lot. Both the range and accuracy of the visible color have been improved. I didn't expect Conqueror's collision to have such an effect. It seems that we can try more in the future. 35. He rubbed his forehead and went to the dining car, got himself a piece of barbecue, sat down and ate while in a daze. Passengers, please pay attention. Passengers, please pay attention to the station ahead. Enies Lobby station, please take your luggage and personal belongings, and prepare to get off. Just then, Franky's in-car radio made everyone's heart skip a beat. Chapter 91. Conqueror's Power, Thousands of People Faint. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone got on the roof. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the sea in front of the train. This ray of light was so sacred and dazzling, giving people a quiet and peaceful feeling. And just below this sacred light, there is an island, Enies Lobby. At this point, if your eyesight is good enough, you will see. Behind the Enies Lobby, there is a gate between heaven and earth, and the gate is painted with the symbol representing the world government. The 4 spheres are arranged in 4 squares and connected together by a cross in the middle. Sui guessed that the 4 balls should refer to the 4 seas, the vertical line should represent the red line, and the horizontal line should represent the Grand Line. World government is a joint organization of more than 170 countries in the world, representing the power of the world. For hundreds of years, no pirates or hostile forces have ever broken into the Enies Lobby. Today, they will make history. At this moment, he suddenly looked at everyone in the car, and a smile full of ambition appeared on the corner of his mouth. You guys, are you ready to fight against the whole world? Everyone was silent for a while, then suddenly raised the weapon in their hands, of course. Usopp shivered and found someone looking at him in surprise. He immediately shouted. I'm shaking with excitement, I can't wait for this epic battle. Oh. The people around 35 suddenly looked at Usopp with admiration. Sui suddenly grabbed Usopp's shoulder and whispered with him. After speaking, Usopp's eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling brilliance. The legs are no longer shaking, the waist is straight, and the 5 floors are not breathing. Huahahaha, this uncle is invincible. Usopp put his hands on his hips and looked like Lousy was invincible. At this point, Enies Lobby. A beautifully shaped sea train stopped. A group of people in marine uniforms got out of the car. A woman got off the train surrounded by the crowd. Nico Robin, this is your final destination. After that door of justice, your whole life will be spent in darkness and pain, a marine said to Robin. And several CP9 intelligence officers also crowded over at this time. Although Lucci and the other elites have already folded on the water capital at this time. But this is an opportunity for them, these minions, to improve. Advertisement. Lucci they failed, but they succeeded in bringing Nico Robin back. This is simply the rhythm of adding officials and nobility. Ha ha ha, it's really great, this woman is really a treasure, with her, I can be promoted ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in the top office of the Tower of Justice. A white-haired man with a belt wrapped around his face laughed. Beside him stood a snow-white elephant. Lucci's trash can't even solve the Straw Hat crew. When they come back, they will look good. Woohoo! A strangely shaped sea train, in the dark sea, passed through many obstacles, and finally appeared in front of Enies Lobby. At this time, the train that the Marines were riding on was still standing there. Franky. Devour. Franky opened his mouth and started from the tail of the sea train, swallowing it into his stomach one by one. And the body of the train behind him has also changed, from the original hideous and bohemian appearance. It gradually turned into an ordinary train. Munch munch fruit. Disguised form. The next moment, the sea train rushed into the fence of the Enies Lobby and headed towards the main entrance. Wait, you see what that is, how the train is coming towards the front door. Could it be that there is some big man in the car? Get out of the way. A group of Marines who were standing at the door were immediately stunned, and they subconsciously moved out of the way. However, just after they gave way, the train suddenly accelerated. There was a metal crash at the front of the car. Franky. Crash. 35. Boom. The main entrance of the Enies Lobby was knocked open with a gap. The train rushed in recklessly. Only the group of Marines behind them stood there dumbfounded, at a loss, staring blankly at the back of the sea train. What happened? Sea train out of control. Could it be that there is a big man who doesn't want to walk, so he wants the train to be delivered to his door? No, this is the main entrance of the Enies Lobby. No matter how big a person is, breaking the main entrance is also a provocation to the world government. Is the other party crazy? Anyway, it's better to report to Sir Spandam. Blue blue blue. Advertisement. Blue blue blue. In the office, Spandam is drinking coffee. Suddenly the phone rang. He subconsciously went to pick up the receiver. As a result, the coffee in his hand was spilled all over. It's so hot. Hey, what's the matter? Report, sir. Just now, the sea train suddenly lost control and passed through the main entrance. I don't know if a big person is playing a temper, so I hereby let you know. Spandam was taken aback. Break into the front door. Sea train. Isn't this the car that just brought Nico Robin here? Could it be that there are big people in the car that you don't know about? Masaka, is Admiral Aokiji here? Spandam's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly shouted into the receiver. Send someone to the car to see who it is. By the way, don't intercept. Remind, don't intercept. Click. Hang up the phone. Rumbling. Franky was surprised to find that he came to the Enies Lobby and knocked a hole in the main entrance. No one stopped him. Only 2 Marines followed behind. However, with their speed, how can they catch up with themselves? Enies Lobby is an island that never sleeps. Although it looks like it is daytime, the Marines are actually sleeping. So at this time, the island was empty, and there was no one to stop it. Wow, ha 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 ha. Super exciting. God help me too. 35. Franky was overjoyed, speeding up the car, heading towards the front door of the main island of Enies Lobby. Enies Lobby has a total of 3 doors. A main gate, a front gate to the main island, and a gate to the court. Except for part of the area where the main entrance is located, and part of the area where the Tower of Justice is located on the sea. Other places are in a suspended state. Surrounded by a vacuum of sea water, it is impossible to approach from the sea, and can only be entered from the main entrance. Come to the front door. Advertisement. He followed suit and continued to knock out a hole. Marine, the gatekeeper, had orders from Spandam and did not dare to stop him. He could only watch helplessly as a hole was knocked out of the front door of the main island. And broke through the front door. Entered the main island. There's a lot of buildings here, but since the Marines are sleeping, it's empty. Stop here, Nien, Sui said. Although Franky didn't know what Sui was going to do, he stopped subconsciously. There are a large number of Marine soldiers here, and the basic information is about 10,000 people. They should be sleeping at this time, but it will not be confirmed later, so all of you, go and tie these Marine soldiers first. Saying that, he and Luffy looked at each other. Luffy, do you want to show the power of conquerors? Luffy chuckled. Of course. As a result, he and Luffy rushed to the left and right respectively. When the distance is far enough, the two used Conqueror's Haki in unison. of Lee's. 2 blue rays of light enveloped most of the island. Marine, who was sleeping, or had been awakened by passive silence, all fell into a faint at this time. Hulala. A carload of people got off Franky, including the Franky family, and the shipyard's boatmen. They carried a large number of ropes on their backs, which were scattered over the entire island. And Usopp jumped out of the car, waved at Zoro and the others, and ran in one direction. His target was the 2 giants guarding the front door, Oimor and Casey. The 2 were originally the crew of the 2 giants on Little Garden, because the 2 captains fought in the Battle of Honor on Little Garden, so they had to return to their hometown with others. But 50 years ago, the pair went to sea again to find their captain in Little Garden. As a result, first met Marine on the way, and was deceived by Marine that the 2 giant captains had been caught. If you want to let them go, you have to work for Marine for 100 years. As a result, 2 giant pirates with a simple nature became the goalkeepers on the Enies Lobby. And Usopp, it is precisely to tell the truth of the truth to the 2, and to increase their fighting power. Chapter 92 Shocked Spandam. Buster Call starts. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's the matter? Why is it so noisy outside? Tower of Justice. Inside the office. Spandam was drinking coffee when he was suddenly disturbed by the movement outside. Blue blue blue. Suddenly, the phone worm rang. He subconsciously answered. A panicked voice sounded. No, it's not good, sir. Something has happened. I don't know where a group of people came from and tied all of our people, and at the same time there was Straw Hat Crew. Even the 2 giants guarding the gate have betrayed, and now everyone is heading towards the Tower of Justice and go. It was a warning from a slip of the net, but one that made Spandam unable to believe his ears. He ran to the window, and instantly saw a sea train running frantically. At the same time, 2 giants were walking on both sides. However, with such a big movement, none of the Marines who lived on the island came out to take a look. The only answer is that they have been solved. Plop one by one. Spandam sat down on the ground. The whole person is not well. He suddenly gritted his teeth and took out a golden phone bug from his arms. Then he pressed the button without hesitation. Buster Call. Start. Meanwhile, Marine headquarters. The silver phone bug screamed frantically. Groups of Marines hurriedly took up their weapons. The Buster Call is on. The target is Enies Lobby. Contact the nearest 5 Vice Admiral now. Enies Lobby, Tower of Justice. Spandam stood up from the ground in shock. Then he turned his head away. Where's Nico Robin? 053 has been escorted to the Tower of Justice, said a CP-9 intelligence officer. You block the guys outside, blow up the drawbridge, and bring me Nico Robin, and I'll escort her to the Gate of Justice myself. He sneered. The other end of the Gate of Justice is the Calm Belt, which is the lair of the Sea Kings. Once you pass the Gate of Justice, you will not be able to catch up with us. 95. At this time, Sui didn't know that Buster Call had started. Franky took everyone across the island of Enies Lobby and came to the court building. Franky. Cannon. A shell was fired, and a small gap was blasted directly above the gate. Advertisement. Franky continued to attack, and eventually a huge gap appeared. There was a scream of killing from inside. Kill it. A group of Marine soldiers, plus intelligence officers in black, came out. However, when they saw the disparity of troops in front of them, a group of people stopped. Hee, I won't kill you if I surrender. A group of people hesitated, and suddenly there was a loud roar behind them. What are you hesitating about? Give it to me quickly. The one who spoke was a guy with 3 heads, huge in size, but only among humans. In the face of real giants, he is just a little bit. Kill. The people of the Franky family are not vegetarians, they killed the past without saying a word. 10 minutes later, the tribunal was occupied, Beej. Inside Marine, the intelligence officers, including the 3-headed judge himself, were all tied up. Oops, the drawbridge was blown up and we couldn't get over it. Suddenly, several members of the Franky family ran back and notified everyone of bad news. There is no passage between the Inquisition and the Tower of Justice, only a drawbridge can connect the 2 sides. But now that the drawbridge was blown up, they couldn't get through. Leave the super to me, Franky said. Zoro, get rid of the wall over there. You cut a hole for me. Zoro drew his knife. Understood. 35. Saying that, he rushed forward and slashed the wall with a knife. The cliff behind was exposed. And the Tower of Justice opposite. Rip jerk jerk jerk. Suddenly, Franky came to the edge of the cliff. Two manipulators grabbed the wall, and a metal ladder stretched out from the train. Leave it to me here. Look at me, Franky ladder. Just like that, a metal ladder slowly stretched out. Sui looked at the Tower of Justice opposite. The flag of world government hung above it as fluttering in the wind. Chilla. He suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and flashed to the top of the Tower of Justice. Looking into the distance, the door of justice has opened. 10 marine warships sailed directly from the Gate of Justice. Advertisement. It's already activated. Buster call. Suyi's pupils shrank. He originally wanted to grab the golden phone bug from Spandam himself. Unexpectedly, the other party has already started. Whoosh. A cannonball flew over. Boom. Then it landed on the Enies Lobby, blasting out a rubble. The marine soldiers who were bound suddenly screamed in horror. What happened? Someone attacked Enies Lobby. What should we do? Little did they know that it was Marine themselves, whom they trusted most, who fired the cannonball at this time. Whoosh. 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 Boom boom boom. One by one the shells fell on the Enies Lobby one after another. Marine, who was cut by the shrapnel, broke free and hurriedly helped the others cut the rope. Flee. It's Buster call. This place will soon turn into a sea of fire. What's the matter? Why did the Buster call at the Enies Lobby? Do not know. Anyway, everyone, run away. Spandam has taken Robin aboard a marine warship. This marine warship is not the kind of small warship that Sui and the others encountered at the time. It is the top ship in the pirate world, and the Mary is at most the level of a small wooden ship in front of such a large warship. The cannonballs fired from the cannons above were also devastating. Destroying 3 buildings with one shell is not a problem. But what is really deadly is that there are also 5 Marine Vice Admiral on these 10 warships. Marine soldiers, generals are numerous. It is a terrifying military force that truly blocks and kills gods and Buddhas. Ahahahaha. Straw Hat boys, you are finished. Just wait for you to be reduced to ashes in a sea of fire. Spandam stood on a warship and laughed proudly. At this time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others, like Sui, stood on the top of the Tower of Justice. Facing the fleet ahead. Da da da. The 5 Vice Admiral walked to the bow and looked at the Straw Hat crew, their bodies exuding terrifying aura. Luffy, leave me alone and run. Advertisement. Robin suddenly broke free from Spandam's restraints, ran to the bow, and shouted. I don't want to live anymore. Scenes from the past 20 years flashed through my mind. Because of the astronomical bounty and the fact that he is just a little girl, everyone sees him like a snake Sasori. Betrayed by those who were taken in. Betrayed by pirates. You shouldn't be in this world, Robin. Your very existence is sin, Robin. The ugly faces, the ordinary people who colluded with Marine for the bounty, the pirates who betrayed her for their lives. Later, she learned to betray others. Finally, met Crocodile. Then, Luffy they showed up. I thought it would be another drama of betrayal and betrayal. However, on this ship, she met a partner who could really entrust her life. Clap clap clap. 35. Spandam, who was beside him, laughed and applauded. It's interesting, it's really interesting, the pirates saving their companions, although it's a very old-fashioned way, but it's really interesting. 35. He suddenly pointed to the flag next to Sui. Look at that flag, pirates. That symbol is the symbol of a joint organization composed of more than 170 member countries in the 4 Seas and Grand Line of the world, 99. This is the world. Do you know how insignificant you are to resist him? Do you know what a huge organization this woman has been hunted by for 20 years? Luffy's expressionless face. I finally know who Robin's enemy is. Sui, tear down that flag for me. Click. Sui crushed the flagpole and grabbed the flag representing the world government in his hand. Then, make a javelin throwing action. Whoosh. The flagpole was thrown out and nailed like a cannonball to the deck below Spandam's feet. Hey! Spandam was so frightened that he fell to the ground, snot running down his throat. The 5 Marine Vice Admiral, plus the Marine elite behind them, were all shocked. Chapter 93. 20 kinds of fruits are collected, and the ability can be upgraded again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On deck, Marine was all in shock. Really do it. Do they know what it means to attack that flag? The pirates have declared war on the world government. After a brief shock, Spandam. He stood up in a panic. Are you sick of your brains? Don't think you can survive against the whole world. Luffy took a deep breath, and a loud roar resounded through the sea. Just to my liking. Robin, I want to hear from you, tell me you want to live. At this moment, Robin's eyes have blurred. The people in front of them are no longer the same as they used to play on the boat. Instead, each with a solemn face, for the sake of his partner, he can bear the pursuit of the whole world. Even Usopp, who had always been timid, was now standing upright like a real sea boy. The cute chopper with a hint of stupidity also has a determined face. In his ears, the voice of an old friend seemed to echo. The sea is very vast, and one day, there will be companions who can protect you. Saul, if I could really make a wish, I would like to live. At this moment, Robin no longer had the indifference of the past, or the attitude that strangers should not enter. The layer of unbreakable ice that she used to protect herself melted at this moment. I want to live. Take me to the sea too. Luffy pointed to the Marine fleet ahead. Bring Robin back. Whoosh. Everyone rushed towards the sea in front of them, and everyone did not have the slightest fear. To be an enemy of the world is really a terrible crime. Sui took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated. 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. A chubby one that looks like a meatball with a mouth in the shape of a zipper. An incarnated werewolf who appears to be zone demon fruit power. Another one looks like a lion, which makes people subconsciously think of the fur tribe of Zo. These 3 are the CP9 agents that Spandam used to protect his own life. I have been waiting here before, just to prevent the pirates from catching up. Advertisement. I don't have time to chat with you here. Sui pulled out the blue bird, poured in his psychic power, and charged for a powerful blow. At the same time, scythe fruit and dice fruit are working at the same time. One sword flow, the sea and the sky are the same color. A sword light is like the dividing line between the sea and the sky, shining on the sea like the setting sun, and the beauty of it reveals the breath of Shinigami. Iron body. Iron body. 95. Iron body. 39. The sword light is too fast, even with a shave, it can't be avoided. The 3 had to use their strongest defensive skills. Puff. However, this only guarantees that they will not die. An amazing blood splashed. Straw Hat crew ignored the 3 of them without even looking at them. I will take your fruit. Sui slapped the big bad wolf and took away the opponent's fruit ability. Speaking of which, there should have been a giraffe fruit and a bubble fruit. Well, forget it, wait until the battle is over. Sui caught up with the crowd, and the group had already reached the shore. Below is a rough sea current. Ahead is the Marine fleet. It can be said that there is no way to heaven and no door to earth. Throw us over. 35. Sui said to a giant chasing after him. The giant didn't hesitate, put his hands on the ground and waited for everyone to stand up. With a sudden force, the entire Straw Hat crew was thrown into the fleet with a swoosh. Nani. From the sky. The Marines were caught off guard. Assemble all against the Straw Hat crew. A vice admiral gave orders to the Marines on his ship. Oh. The Marines immediately formed a battle formation. On the other side, the other 4 vice admirals saw this and were not far behind. People on board were organized to prepare for battle. Vice Admiral, continue to bombard Enies Lobby. A Marine asked for instructions. Advertisement. Of course, there are still a large number of pirates on the Enies Lobby. The Straw Hat crew is only the strongest group among them, and the pirates must not be allowed to escape. 5. Oh. So, the bombardment continued. It's time, let's get started. Franky suddenly took out a whistle and blew it hard. Boom. The sea suddenly roared. A warship suddenly lost its balance, and the entire hull tilted. What happened? Why did the warship tip over? There is something in the sea. Dive into the sea. Don't stay on the boat, you will die. Crunch. The overturned warship made a sour wood rubbing sound, and then completely overturned into the sea water. Swoosh. The sea rolled, and a large number of Marines were forced to jump into the sea, watching their warships sink. What's going on? Our warship. Is it a pirate? Do pirates have this kind of power? Just when all the Marines were confused, a similar situation suddenly happened to another Marine warship in the distance. It's the sea beast. The sea beast is attacking us. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes discovered the hidden enemy in the sea. It turned out that Franky brought 2 Sea Kings level blues from the water capital. When they just landed on the island to fight, the 2 of them did not keep up, but stayed in the sea to prepare for cooperation. Now it really works. In less than a minute, 2 of the 10 Marine warships sank. On the warship, most of the ordinary soldiers jumped into the sea water, and it was too late to participate in the battle in a short time. Yoshi. Nice job, Franky. For such a reliable companion, Luffy is naturally full of praise. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Sui suddenly stepped on the spot a dozen times, and used Marine's proud skill, shaving. This is also what he just mastered. He doesn't have the pervert fighting talent of Luffy, but his physical fitness is sufficient. As long as you are willing to study hard, you can easily become a master. Swoosh. He disappeared instantly, appeared in front of Spandam, and grabbed his head. Advertisement. Then, he pressed it hard on the deck. Boom. Crunch crunch. The whole deck was cracked, and there was a sour sound. Sui casually carried Robin on his shoulders, started shaving again, and returned to Luffy and the others. Usopp. Unwrap it. Sui gave Robin to Usopp. Usopp naturally understood what Sui meant, and immediately activated the ability of wax fruit to incorporate wax oil into the seastone handcuffs. After a while, the handcuffs were released. 0. Robin, who had regained his mobility, looked at his partner excitedly. Hey, welcome back, Robin. Luffy showed his habitual smile and pressed the straw hat above his head. Yoshi, the next step is to hijack a warship and escape from here. Don't forget that there are still some people on the Enies Lobby, bring them with you. Sui reminded. Quote. Luffy stretched out his arms, whip. The 2 arms directly blasted the swarming Marine soldiers out, and the deck was immediately clean. 6 rounds of flowers, slap combos. Robin also activated his ability, and Spandam, who had just stood up, saw 6 arms appearing from his body. Afterwards, the 6 slaps took turns and slapped his face wildly. It didn't stop until his face was swollen into a pig's head. Fly. Spandam. 35. Luffy launched the rubber rocket launcher again and hit the opponent's lower abdomen. Spandam flew out immediately and disappeared above the vast sea. Whether he can survive or not depends entirely on his good fortune. Sui walked over and picked up a long knife with a special shape on the ground. This is a long sword with zone, elephant fruit and white elephant shape, just like the bazooka that obtained the dachshund shape, it is a weapon with its own consciousness. At the beginning, Sui took away the ability of the bazooka, and the bazooka could no longer be transformed into an animal form. Now, Sui is also ready to take away the power of this knife. It is estimated that, for weapons, lifespan is when they decay. After taking the ability, Sui threw the knife to the ground, which was already an ordinary knife. 20 abilities have been collected. Sui looked at the Book of Thieves on his right hand and waited quietly for the change. Ding. Congratulations to host for stealing a total of 20 devil fruit abilities, and your abilities will be upgraded again. 39 fans. Chapter 94 The Sturdy Man, the sword cuts everything. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You don't need to hold the Book of Thieves when you activate your ability, and you don't need to let the other party eat the pale fruit when you grant the ability. When you activate your abilities, you only need to meet 3 conditions. First, to know the information about the opponent's ability. Second, to see the opponent use the ability with your own eyes. Third, to touch the opponent's body with your hands. 5. This improvement is quite good, and Sui is very satisfied. Whizzing. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed in front of Straw Hat Crew. You guys, you actually knocked out Lord Spandam. Unforgivable. These are 2 newcomers to CP9. But he was always by Spandam's side to protect him. Just take this opportunity to test the ability I just acquired. Zone katakana middle dot cowberry katakana middle dot giraffe form. Paramecia bubble fruit. What Sui did not expect was that the two devil fruits that originally belonged to Kaku and Khalifa were given to these two newcomers at this time. And they seemed to be very proud of being able to obtain the devil fruit ability of 057. He. I was thinking about what benefits I would get from taking the credit for Lucci and the others this time, but in the end, Lord Spandam gave us devil fruit. 39. As a result, you guys turned out to be such a good Lord Spandam. Seeing two people talking almost endlessly, Sui sighed, launched the shaving bully and approached, punched them one by one, and threw the two people out. At the same time, he also activated the ability Steal. Originally, in the world of One Piece, it is quite difficult to know the ability of the ability person. Especially the mysterious Paramecia. Zone and Logia know instantly as soon as they start fighting. Only Paramecia is different. In many cases, as long as the other party does not tell the specific role of his ability, others will not know it at all. But Sui knows most of the fruit abilities. This is arguably one of his strengths. Therefore, every time he encounters a new ability person, he can instantly master the ability information of the other party. And theft. It couldn't be more convenient. However, these two new abilities did not greatly improve his strength. On the contrary, giraffe fruit can be used to exercise the muscles in the neck. Boy, you are a demon hunter, right? Advertisement. Suddenly, three figures surrounded Sui in the middle, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. The other side is three Marine Vice Admiral. And three people came at once. Sui put his left hand on the handle of the blue bird. Speaking of which, I've never tried two-handed knives. The three Vice Admirals' expressions were somewhat unclear. Chirp. The next moment, the blue bird unsheathed. Sui held a knife in both hands and assumed a fighting stance. Come on, let me see the strength of the three of you together. On the other hand, Luffy was also targeted by a Marine Vice Admiral. The other party seems to be a Vice Admiral who uses taijutsu. Straw Hat Boy, your fate is over. Rorano Azoro, Pirate Hunter. The last knife-wielding Marine Vice Admiral had his eye on Zoro. Sanji directly killed another Marine warship. The Marine Vice Admirals will soon realize how wrong it would be to ignore Sanji's presence. Then Usopp, Chopper, and Nami also joined the fight. Because Nami is Logia, it can be said that he is very safe. As long as he does not provoke the Master and the armed Vice Admiral, he can remain safe. And Usopp made the Usopp mech. It's super awesome. Franky's eyes flashed gold when he saw the way Usopp was fighting. Looks like I can't fall behind, General Franky. Franky devoured his body, leaving only a mouth. Then, the whole person was deformed. From the form of the original train to the form of a human. And as a giant robot form. He was made of iron and covered with weapons. Into the Marine, it can be said to be invincible. Soga, are the three of you my opponents? Holding a blue bird, Sui sensed the three Vice Admirals around him with his sense of sight. Demon Hunter Sui, we know your abilities. The three of us are not capable, and among the Marines, we are also one of the best physique masters. 35. The three Vice Admirals seem quite confident in their own strength. Advertisement. Sui chuckled lightly. One knife-style chaos Sakura. Chop chop chop. With Sui as the center, a lot of sword energy flew out. All three Vice Admirals dodged these attacks with shaving. Bang bang bang. The sword chi flew to the warship, directly cutting off the mast and tearing the side of the ship. Stop him. The three Vice Admirals saw bad things. If Sui continued to destroy it like this, it is estimated that this warship and the surrounding warships would not be available. Iron Body Punch. Armament Hockey. Tempest Kick. The three of them showed their strengths and killed Sui in front of him. Chilla. Sui activated Thunder Fruit ability and flashed behind the three of them. Nani. Shaved so fast. I didn't see the trajectory of the opponent's movement at all. Judging from the sight and appearance, the other party seems to have passed between us. How is this possible? However, no matter how unbelievable they were, it is impossible to associate all of this with Master Sui's second fruit ability. Conquerors. Sui suddenly launched Conquerors. For a time, the three vice admiral felt their consciousness vibrate. One shot, big rip. 35. An astonishing sword chi flew out, a blow with two kinds of fruit abilities, and it was a blow that Sui injected 1/10 of his own psychic power. Boom. The three were directly blasted out, and at the same time, the warship where the Straw Hat crew was located was directly cut off by a third, and even a deep ravine appeared on the sea surface. The boat was cut. The sea is also cut open. 35. Marine shouted, shocked, in disbelief. Crack it. 35. Sui took a deep breath, without the slightest pause. He jumped up suddenly, his body rotated 270 degrees in the air, and the long sword blue bird slashed out at an incredible angle. Duo. Advertisement. A slight sword energy like a breeze swept across the hull of a nearby warship. Boom. The next moment, the warship was actually cut in half diagonally. One knife style profound truth, flowing wind. Rumbling. The warship cracked, Marine screamed, and the seawater splashed dozens of meters. Run. The ship is split. Help. I'm falling. Life buoy. Who has a life buoy? Sui counted with his fingers. 2 sea beasts, blue, solved 2 warships. He and others occupied a ship. I cut one myself. There are now 6 warships left. Swoosh. Suddenly. Blue, who had been hiding in the water, attacked again. This time, 2 blues overturned a warship at the same time. 4.9 is back. Kraken. Bomb them with cannons. Boom boom boom. Blue stared at the pressure of the shelling, and abruptly overturned the warship on the sea. Then it sank into the water again. Stop. I already don't want to fight anymore. When a Marine saw this, his whole body collapsed and he fell to his knees on the ground. It has only been so long since the war started, and 5 of the 10 warships are finished. 3 of the 5 vice admiral were blasted into the sea, and their lives and deaths are unknown. One against the Straw Hat Boy has not yet defeated. One did not win against Zoro either. A man in a suit madly shuttled among the Marine soldiers, and it was difficult for any attack to hit his body, just like a devil. In addition, there are huge robots with various weapons and cannons growing out of them. A white mech with a very strange fighting style. It is certain that both of them are capable. Chapter 95 The most humiliating battle in Marine history. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Straw Hat Crew. Too strong. We are no match for them at all. It's terrible. Even Buster Call's warship was sunk. It's just lawless, this group of people. I can't beat it at all. It can be said that the fighting spirit of the Marines has been completely lost. Among them, Sui's strength made them the most desperate. It's not a question of whether you can beat it at all, it's a question of when you will lose. At the same time, the 2 vice admiral, who fought with Luffy and Zoro, noticed the change and the seriousness of the situation at this time. The defeat is set. It's a shame that we Marines actually need to bow our heads in front of such a group of pirate novices. The 2 vice admirals lost their fighting spirit. If this continues, 10 warships will be sunk. Countless Marines will be brutally murdered. A vice admiral suddenly left the fight. Shouted to Luffy. Straw Hat, what are the terms? We'll let you go and give you a warship, and you'll end the fight immediately. 5. Luffy said. Yes, as long as all of our companions left at the Enies Lobby are picked up. 35. The other party did not hesitate much, and immediately agreed. In fact, they already knew the situation on Enies Lobby at this time. There are still 14 large numbers of Marines on it. If the bombardment continues, it will not only hurt the pirates, but also their allies. And if they don't agree to the other party's request, their casualties will continue to increase. The Straw Hat crew is estimated not to hurt 1 person. This kind of uneconomical business, as long as you are not a fool, you can make a choice. It is good. Negotiations are over. The only remaining Marines retreated. Left 1 for the Straw Hat crew. After picking up the companions at the Enies Lobby, and the 2 giants who just joined. Advertisement. The group drove the Marine warship and left the Enies Lobby in a grand manner. Look at the warship in the distance. The Marines, who were covered in scars, all felt extremely humiliated. In the future, people will also call today's battle the most humiliating battle in Marine history. The surviving Marines are heartbroken whenever they talk about this past. The 5 Marine Vice Admiral who participated in the battle were also dismissed from the position of Vice Admiral and demoted to Colonel because of the loss of this battle, or the loss of such a large person to Marine. After half a day, everyone returned to the water capital. In this battle, not one person died, but 3 people were brought back. Big win. Dismantling specialist Franky and his family took the marine apart with incredible speed. And all the dismantled materials were sold to Bingshan's shipyard and used in repairing ships. It can be said that there is no trace left. The giants brought back from the Enies Lobby, Oimo and Casey, became employees of the shipyard. Because of his strength, he became a backbone member. And made an agreement with Usopp that we must meet in the giant village in the future. The rest of the people who participated in the battle began to rest after returning. A day later, a recovered Luffy clamored for a party. As a result, the largest banquet with the largest number of participants and the most expensive banquet in the history of the water capital was born. The sponsor of this banquet, the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, became the most popular pirate in the history of the water capital because of this banquet. And this time the banquet also spent a huge sum of 100 million Bailey. Even Sui felt a little distressed when he saw it, and didn't know what Luffy thought. However, the banquet was quite fun. Everyone drank and ate meat, sang and danced, and celebrated the victory of the battle. Admiral Aokiji also looked for Robin once. When Sui sensed Aokiji's arrival, he ran away. Aokiji didn't find Sui, very discouraged. Because he came to the water capital this time, on the one hand, he had something to say to Robin, and on the other hand, he wanted to kill Sui. This dangerous man is already a huge threat in his eyes. If not removed, he will grow to an incredible level in the future. Nico Robin, when I let you go from O'Hara, I just wanted to see. Aokiji talked to Robin. In the end, there was no plan to shoot Robin. When he let Robin go, he wanted to see what kind of future she would have as the only survivor of O'Hara. Now, after witnessing Robin's many years of betrayal and escape, he has finally found a group of trusted partners. Also relieved. He was shocked when his friend Saul, who would rather betray Marine and risk being killed, rescued Robin. Advertisement. And his stance in Marine may be an act of betrayal, and it may be Marine's last bit of conscience. Sui could have taken the risk of revealing the ability to forcibly take away Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. But looking at the other party's point of view, he also restrained his plan to make a move. After all, he is far from being invincible now. I don't know what the effect of the next ability improvement will be. Sui has some anticipation in her heart. The 3 ability enhancements made it easier for him to steal the ability, and now it has freed his hands. Let him use his stolen abilities freely. This greatly enhanced his combat effectiveness. After sensing that Aokiji has left the water capital with the sense of sight, Sui just returned to the banquet. Yo, Sui, what did you just go for? Luffy's cheeks were swollen into the shape of a dumbbell, and there were 2 chopsticks stuffed in his nostrils, which was very funny. PFF'd. Sui couldn't help laughing. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. That's interesting, why don't I try it too? Stop it. Robin-chan. Sanji suddenly felt bad. The banquet was held for 3 days and 3 nights. Even Sui was tired and stopped attending the banquet. He found Franky and gave him 200 million Baileys. Here, Franky, if you're helping us build the boat, use the best treasure tree Adam's wood, and remember to add some wood from the Mary too. Franky gave a thumbs up. Ow, you can just leave it to me. Sui came to the sewer system of the water capital. After finding a remote corner, he began to practice. In this battle, he obtained many kinds of devil fruit abilities. Among them, Zone has the most. First of all, the cheetah fruit. Sui's body suddenly changed into a cheetah form. Streamlined muscle structure for increased explosive power and speed. The legs, in particular, get epic buffs. Go ahead, inject your mind power. Sui began to consume his mind power, and his body continued to swell. As if his ability ran wild, his stature became incomparably huge. Subsequently, Sui was disarmed. Advertisement. Call. His body shrank rapidly, and finally returned to human level. Weak, powerless, this is the true portrayal of him at this time. After experiencing that powerful feeling once, it's hard to accept this human body. Sui opened a package, took out some grilled meat from it, and ate it. And his stomach is like a bottomless pit, no matter how much he eats, it will be digested quickly. At the same time, a stream of warm currents rushed through his body. This is the body's efforts to return to the powerful state just now. It got stronger, the muscles got tighter. Sui noticed the change in her body. Originally, his muscles had bulged, and he was about to become a muscular man. But this time he turned into a cheetah shape, his muscles gradually became tight, and his figure became thinner again. However, if he takes off his clothes, the tendon flesh full of explosive force can definitely make people feel threatened. Next up, giraffe form. Sui continued to use the giraffe fruit. Plan to strengthen the muscles in your neck. He has never strengthened here yet. The big bad wolf form is a comprehensive strengthening of the body. The wolf's endurance exceeds that of the cheetah, and it has a strong ability to adapt to the natural environment. Then the mole, strengthening the fingers and arms. Sui's rounds of reinforcement. The body gradually began to feel unbearable. Seeing blood dripping from his nostrils, Sui stopped. Back to sleep. When he woke up, he ate something and moved his body. So light. 35. Sui found that her body became much lighter. Then there is the improvement of physical fitness, the fingers only need a slight force to crush the rocks. It's as simple and easy as crushing a cookie. Even the neck has become extra strong, and the head can break stones. The legs jumped, just at a normal speed, but it has reached the level of shaving. It seems that the results of last night's efforts were amazing. Chapter 96 Bounty Promotion for all staff, news that shakes the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Back on the ground, Sui found that it was noon now. Looks like I've slept a lot this time. He was walking on the streets of the water capital, and there was no Aokiji or any powerful aura in his perception. He also relaxes. Be prepared to take some time off. Hey, that person is the demon hunter, right? Yeah, I also saw him at the banquet that day. 99. I didn't expect that a person who looks so handsome and looks harmless to humans and animals can do such a thing. 35. Suddenly, Sui heard some people talking in low voices. What happened? Sui grabbed a passerby and asked. Now Straw Hat Crew has unprecedented popularity in the water capital. No one has bad ideas at all. As for being held by Sui, the passerby also explained seriously. Ah, Sui, you haven't read the news this morning, have you? You and Straw Hat Crew are famous. What is me and Straw Hat Crew? Sui was puzzled. A newspaper is coming. This time, the first edition of the World newspaper was the Enies Lobby event, and it took up 2 full pages. The Enies Lobby incident was reported in detail above. Of course, it's the Enies Lobby event that has already been handled by someone with a heart. A group of extremely vicious pirates destroyed the Enies Lobby and committed a heinous crime. The newspapers did not mention anything about CP9 and Buster Call. CP9 is an organization that walks in the dark, and the world government has not disclosed it to the world. Buster Call is also something that cannot be disclosed to the outside world, and the warship dispatched by Buster Call this time was even defeated. Simply a disgrace to Marine. Advertisement. Then, Sui saw the newly released wanted notice this time. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, 400 million Bailey's bounty. 95. Deputy Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Pirate Hunter, Rorno Azoro, bounty 280 million Bailey. 99. The chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blackfoot Sanji, has a bounty of 190 million Baileys. Straw Hat Pirates Sniper, Usopp, 100 million Bailey bounty. 95. Straw Hat Pirates Historian, Nico Robin, bounty 80 million Bailey. Straw Hat Pirates Navigator, Thief Cat Nami, bounty 50 million Bailey. 35. Straw Hat Pirates Ship Doctor, Tony Chopper, 30 million Bailey bounty. Even Franky has a bounty. Reformer Franky, the bounty is 80 million Bailey. Finally, when Sui saw his bounty, the pupils shrank suddenly. Straw Hat Pirates, Demon Hunter Sui, bounty 880 million Bailey. 800 million. Sui was completely shocked. How did this marine do it? Even if I split a few warships, it wouldn't be. Sui suddenly thought of something. During this battle, he stole the fruit abilities of many of Marine's abilities. And Marine seems to have sensed the horror of his abilities because of this battle. The ability to seal others, and it doesn't seem to cost the slightest. This alone is enough to make him a wanted criminal with a high bounty. And, unlike other people's wanted warrants, his wanted notice does not say, life or death, but, catch alive. It seems that Marine not only wants to get rid of him as a threat, but also wants to learn the secret of his fruit power. Of course, he does not possess any fruit ability. What Sui didn't know was that the conqueror's haki that he and Luffy showed was also the focus of Marine raising their 2 bounties. Especially he seems to have mastered conqueror's haki. This is even more of a huge threat. Advertisement. It's not good. Sui rubbed his chin. He knew that with his current strength, if he wanted to reach 800 million, he could barely do it. But this will also increase the danger he faces. Bounty hunter, marine, pirate. Treat him like a dangerous pirate. Huh, it seems that the vacation plan is in vain. Luo. Sui let out a long breath. Now that the improvement of physical fitness is progressing steadily, then there is the cultivation of haki and the development of fruit ability. 35. Sui intends to choose a few to focus on training from among the many fruit abilities. It's best if he can't tell from the outside that he has activated the fruit ability. Sickle fruit, chop chop fruit, squirrel fruit, smoke fruit, slippery fruit, exploding fruit, light lion fruit, wax wax fruit, munch munch fruit, sand sand fruit, dice dice fruit, thorn fruit, mole fruit, dachshund fruit, thunder fruit, slow fruit, door door fruit, cheetah fruit, big bad wolf fruit, white elephant fruit, giraffe fruit, bubble fruit. Among them, smoke fruit, light lion fruit, wax wax fruit, munch munch fruit are all given to others. Sui intends to replace Nami's smoke fruit with bubble fruit. Paramecia is clearly a better fit for Nami than Alogia. Scythe fruit, dice dice fruit, thunder fruit, slow fruit, and gate fruit. These 5 fruit abilities are the most suitable for me at present. Among them, the abilities of scythe fruit and dice dice fruit can be directly attached to the blade to issue a sword attack. With the development of the fruit, the power of the sword energy released is also stronger. And, not only the increase of power, but also many functions can be developed. For example, the target can be cut like a cobweb, or the slashes can be concentrated in a line. It's all about imagination. Thunder fruit can be considered attached to the blade, which can be explained as he uses the power of technology. At the same time, thunder fruit can also provide the strongest speed, elementalize the body at critical moments, and can avoid deadly attacks. The fruit of slowness can be said to be a magical skill, and Sui intends to integrate it into his own swordsmanship. The door door fruit can be used to move, and he hasn't done much research yet. It seems that the development of this devil fruit ability is really a big project. East Blue, Windmill Village. Hey, there seems to be a great man in our village. 5. Yeah, just this bounty can make me spend my whole life. Don't talk about a lifetime, even 10 lifetimes can't be spent, ha ha ha. Advertisement. What's so funny? Do you think it's a good thing to have a vicious villain out of our village? 35. The village chief drank the juice angrily. Don't be angry with the village chief, they are just joking. Miss Makino came over and picked up a stack of wanted notices. Speaking of which, Luffy's bounty is really too high. There are 400 million Baileys, and the demon hunter next to him has 800 million. 55. Humph. The world is going down and people are not old. The village chief snorted coldly. This guy Garp doesn't care. His grandson has already become a big pirate. Shimotsuki Village. Hey, teacher, teach us how to be a pirate like Zoro. 399. A group of goblins in kendo uniforms haunt the helpless Koshiro. I didn't teach Zoro how to be a pirate. Koshiro looked helpless. Well, Zoro, as long as you ease Shinshongjan, it doesn't matter what you do as a pirate. Coco West Village. Ajien and Nuo Chi-gao sat and ate together, and there was an enlarged photo of Nami's wanted poster on the wall, like a poster. Really, one by one doesn't make people worry, and there is such a big commotion, Aokiji complained while eating the omelette. Nuauchi said. I don't believe the kings that Luffy and the others will take the initiative to attack the Enies Lobby, which is the territory of the world government. Aokiji said with a see-through look. People will only believe the lies of the world government and will not believe a group of vicious pirates. This is the truth of this world, but since they went to the Enies Lobby after all, and they made a big fuss I think they should have made the corresponding consciousness. West Rob Village. Amazing. Captain Usopp is already a man with such a high bounty, he has become a real sea man. Kaya smiled and looked at Usopp's bow with a bandaged nose on the wanted poster. It seems that I have to work hard, and when Mr. Usopp returns in the future, I will help him deal with his injury. After speaking, she put on her coat and walked towards the villa. See Restaurant Barati. Sanji's bounty has increased a lot. The Straw Hat Boy and this demon hunter have become great characters. Ah, I think these big men also came to our restaurant to eat. Puff. It's just, how do you want to laugh at this portrait of Sanji, ha 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 ha. Single G. Chapter 97 The Five Elders and the Revolutionary Army's Reaction. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Baldigo. Conference room. On the table in front of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is a newspaper. Well, that's how it happened. Straw Hat crew broke into Enies Lobby with a group of people to rescue Nico Robin, the survivor of O'Hara. CP9's commander, Spandam, launched a buster call, but 10 Marine warships were sunk. 5 ships, 3 of the 5 Marine Vice Admiral were seriously injured, and 5 were demoted as a result of the incident, the impact of which was kept to a minimum within Marine. And the most influential person in this incident is him. Snapped. A wanted notice was photographed on the table. A handsome blonde man wearing a top hat, with a scar on his face and a water pipe behind his back said, Demon Hunter, Sui. According to intelligence personnel, this person has the ability to seal the devil fruit ability, and he is an extremely counterintuitive person. The character, and its own fighting power is very strong, and the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, it can be said that the future growth is limitless. Sabo, what do you think of this person? The dragon said, looking at Sabo. Sabo adjusted his hat and said, this man has a deep personality, and is a guy with no emotions, but he should have no reverence for the world government, otherwise he wouldn't be able to break the flagpole and throw the flag representing the world government. The behavior is gone. 99 inches. Well, continue to investigate the information related to this person. After Long finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. I'm going out to get a hair dryer. Holy Land Mariajoy, Pan-Ancient City. On the 063 table in front of the 5 elders, there is a pirate's wanted notice. Demon Hunter, Sui, has the strange ability to seal other people's fruit ability. It's definitely a devil fruit we've never seen before, and it's not on the devil fruit catalog, for sure. So far, there are still some undiscovered devil fruits in the world, and their functions are unknown, so it is inevitable that this special fruit will appear. It reminds me of dark fruit, although this fruit is obviously more troublesome than dark fruit. 35. Ah, it is true that dark fruit only temporarily disables the fruit's ability, but this person's ability can permanently seal the ability of others, and there is no warning when the ability is activated, so it is difficult to defend. That's it, this fruit is called the seal fruit. As for its appearance, it will naturally be known after Sui is caught and tortured. If he doesn't do anything, this man will grow into a terrible place. It's time to do something. Water capital. Sui returned to the shipyard's residence. The next few days are the time to wait. Need to wait for Franky to build the boat before going to sea. And this time is the best time for cultivation. A few days later, a marine warship stopped at the port of the water capital. The Marines on the ship lined up in a long line, heading for the shipyard. Hey, isn't this Marine? How did you find the capital of water? Advertisement. Could it be that they already know about Straw Hat? Shut up, idiot, you almost exposed them. 35. I know, they are our benefactors. 35. Hurry up and inform them. At the same time, Sui, who was in the shipyard, suddenly felt a strong breath and boarded the water capital. Come on, 35. He was sitting upright, ready to meet the next situation. If the man is ready to shoot at him, then he will not sit still. He went out of his room and went outside. Luffy is sleeping at the moment, the others are doing their own thing. Boom. Suddenly, a hole was punched in the wall. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the hole in the wall in surprise. I saw a man in a dog's hat and a marine uniform walked in. Marine. How could Marine be here? I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly. Sanji and the others suddenly became vigilant. There's no Zoro here, and I don't know if the guy got lost somewhere. First saw this Marine who suddenly broke in, without looking at the others. But went straight to Luffy who was sleeping. Then, an iron fist full of love hit Luffy on the head. Get up, Luffy. Boom. A flurry of dust. People were shocked. Luffy screamed in the smoke. It hurts. When the smoke cleared, I saw a bag the size of a fist appeared on top of Luffy's head. Advertisement. In front of him, Marine took off his hat, revealing a face full of silver hair. Grandpa. Grandpa. Luffy looked at Garp in surprise. Ha ha ha. Luffy, long time no see. At this point, Sanji and the others were ready to take action. However, as soon as I heard Luffy, Beej call this Marine grandpa. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the man in disbelief. Speaking of which, it seems to have been mentioned before that Luffy's grandfather is Garp. Nami's mouth widened and he muttered to himself. However, what I heard and what I saw with my own eyes are different. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and said, I didn't expect Luffy's grandfather to be Marine. Luffy saw that everyone seemed to have plans to shoot, and immediately stopped. You must not shoot. Grandpa, he is the man who almost killed me several times. Several times. Kill. Everyone swallowed their saliva without realizing it. Garp folded his arms across his chest and laughed. That's right. The old man threw you into the abyss. Throw you into the jungle at night. Tie you to a balloon and fly into the air. It's all about making you a strong man. 35. Ha ha ha. Gollum. Everyone took another sip of water. The smoke from Sanji's mouth fell to the ground. I seem to know the source of Luffy's tenacious vitality. Boom. Garp stepped forward with a look of anger on his face. The old man is training you only because he wants you to become a powerful marine soldier. Luffy disagreed. Didn't I always say I want to be a pirate? It's all because of the redhead. Garp exhaled 2 white breaths from his nostrils. Very upset. The red-haired guy. Sooner or later I will catch him and beat him hard. The man who led Luffy to the pirate's path. Advertisement. As he spoke, he couldn't help clenching his fists, and suddenly made a crackling sound. By the way, I'm here not only to beat you, but also to bring you 2 men who want to see you. 5. Garp suddenly thought of the business this time. So you're here to beat me? Luffy complained. I said I'm not here to beat you. Garp punched Luffy hard in the head. Let Luffy suffer. Then, brought the 2 men to Luffy. One is Kirby, who has grown taller, and the other is Bellermaber. The 2 had changed so much that Luffy didn't even recognize them. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside. Immediately afterwards, Zoro of the 3 Swords style came in. He used to take a walk outside. As a result, I suddenly saw the marine warship parked at the dock of the water capital. Then, he ran back desperately, trying to tell everyone to hide. However, he found that the streets of this water capital were like a maze, and he couldn't get out no matter how much he ran. In the end, he caught 2 passers-by and returned here. However, as soon as he came back, he found that the place where he and others lived was surrounded by marine. So, he killed him. However, when he came in, he found that Marine had no intention of fighting at all. Instead, Luffy was talking to the 2 Marines. Yo, Zoro, look at these 2 guys, do you still know each other? 35. Zoro looked at the 2 in front of him. They had changed so much that Zoro couldn't even recognize them. Mr. Zoro, I'm Kirby. Kirby said. Kebi. In Zoro's mind, a thin figure appeared. It was quite different from the already tall and sturdy man in front of him. Except for the same hair color and eyes, it is almost completely different from the original. As for the other guy with blonde hair and sunglasses, neither he nor Luffy know each other. By the way, and Sui-kun. Kirby suddenly thought of Sui. 30%. Chapter 98 The Iron Fist of Love. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear the word Sui. Garp's expression changed beside him. Luffy, why is there such a dangerous man by your side? The 3 badly wounded Marine Vice Admiral he saw. The injury was caused by a knife, and that force has already injured the bones. Almost hurt the internal organs. Although the 3 of them are in Vice Admiral, they are at best low-level. It is even more incomparable with his veteran Vice Admiral. But they are 3 together after all. From this point of view, the strength of this guy named Sui is really unfathomable. Luffy smiled when he heard his grandfather's words, Sui is strong. 35. He's still too young, Garp said, showing no mercy to Luffy. But for the sake of his mercy, I won't kill him. Saying that, he stood up. Now I've delivered the 2 of them to you, I'm leaving now, so let's have a good chat. After that, he really left. After Garp is far away. Sui just came out of the hiding place. Damn it, almost died. Hearing Garp's words, Sui, who was hiding at the time, broke out in a cold sweat. If Garp gets angry, he can only run away. It is very likely that he will be hiding in the east for the next period of time. But he believes that with the speed of his thunder fruit, Garp can't catch up with him. The big deal is to avoid the limelight at Sky Island. Garp is the man who once fought Roger. Although the strength is definitely not as good as Roger, but not too much. At least it's easy to kill yourself. He wasn't arrogant enough to have the top-notch combat power against Garp. Watching Luffy and Kirby chatting, Sui also chatted a few words. Then he got bored and left. Come to the secret base of your own exercise. He pulled out the blue bird, his eyes changed. Slow fruit. Advertisement. I saw a layer of lavender luster shrouded on the blade of the sword. The next moment, he slashed out. A lavender sword aura flew out. However, this sword energy has no destructive power at all. It just slows down everything it touches. Later, Sui changed the split to a thorn. Puff. A straight line of sword energy flew far away. The feature of this move is that the attack distance is long. But no matter what, the light speed of the slow fruit is constant. And the effect can only last for 30 seconds after being attacked. Door fruit. The next moment, Sui opened a door in the air in front of him. Walking into the door, I suddenly came to a different space. This is similar to the kind of alien space that Kamui entered. It's just a little more complicated than Kamui's way of entering the alien space. On all walls, floors and ceilings in this space there is a vision of what is outside. It looks like a 4-dimensional space. As long as the door is opened, it can pass through any wall. In addition, the distance to open the door is limited. However, Sui also discovered another effect of the fruit, which he called, any door. That is, to open a door, but the other side of the door can appear anywhere in the world. This destination is simply beyond control. But the distance will also be very long. However, this skill has a side effect. That is, it is very likely to appear on a sea after opening the door. Or at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even directly at the offices of the Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 elders. Like how many people have this situation, they are all direct GG. Sui may survive the first 2 situations. But the third extreme situation is estimated to be powerless. So he didn't plan to use this ability. Then there's Thunder Fruit. Advertisement. Sui found that as long as the electric current was attached to the surface of the blue bird, an extremely powerful energy layer would be formed. Almost equivalent to armament hockey, but a little weaker than that. But correspondingly, it consumes physical strength, not mental strength. And if the swing speed is fast enough, it is also possible to issue a current slash. But these are just abilities he hastily developed in a short period of time. If Thunder Fruit is added to his swordsmanship, then his sword energy will contain the effect of 3 kinds of fruits. Its power is bound to rise to a new level. As for the Door Fruit, it can be used as a magic skill for hiding, sneaking and escaping. The Slow Fruit is the last killer. Next is Hockey's training. 35. Sui disarmed the fruit ability. A layer of armament hockey is attached to the blade. How to wrap the conquerors around the blade, and how to slash out the armed colors and conquerors as sword energy, has become a direction for Sui's next efforts. Although he has mind power training as a comparison, there is still a certain difference between mind power and hockey. In the end, it's all about seeing and hearing. How can I get that top-level seeing and seeing color that can predict the future? Sui waved the blue bird in distress, cutting stone after stone. Perhaps, everyone's perceptions are different. For me, the top perceptions are not predicting the future, but other directions. Base. 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 He kept cutting the rock, cutting it into pieces. And his use of armed color is becoming more and more pure. At the same time, the strength of the armed color is also slowly increasing. A few days later, the dock. A brand new boat is parked on the shore. The bow is a lion, twice the size of the Mary. It is also more luxurious than the Mary. This ship's name is Thousand Sunny. Franky explained to Straw Hat Crew. Hey, Franky, join our pirates. Luffy said. Ah. Franky agreed very succinctly. Advertisement. Nani. A group of people were immediately stunned. Why did you agree so easily? Didn't you say you have to take your panties? I don't know where I heard that Franky only had one pair of underwear. Luffy buttoned his booger and said. Franky's face darkened. Where did you hear the gossip? Also, don't you want me to get on board? Now that I agreed, you are a little surprised. Franky said. It's all right, just get on the boat. 0. Having said this, Franky suddenly looked at Sui with a smile on his face. The ability you gave me is really super useful. I really like this ability. To be honest, many of my imaginations in the past can be realized after having this ability. I really thank you super, boy Sui. Next, Franky said goodbye to his family, and then to Iceberg and others. Then, it was sunny. Food and water have been prepared, and the furniture and daily necessities of the ship have been bought for the most luxurious. Nami took stock of the ship's supplies. Speaking of which, Nami, who has become rich, is different. Not only does the clothes he wears look better, but he also spends a lot of money. However, 1 billion Bailey has shrunk to less than 700 million, 35. Saying that, she suddenly gave Luffy an iron fist of justice on the head. You bastard, why did you spend 100 million for a banquet in the first place? It's not a billion anyway. Luffy said, seeing Nami's furious expression. Immediately, he closed his mouth rationally. After a while, he said, brothers set sail. The Sunshine set sail, and Garp's warship slowly approached in the distance. Garp stood on the bow. Luffy, I'm sorry, that guy from Sengoku asked me to continue to catch you after I went back, although I said you were my grandson, but he told me to catch you or he wouldn't let me go. Saying that, the man behind him pushed a bunch of shells. So, this time, I'm the only one who made the shot. He picked up a cannonball, and instead of using the barrel, he directly threw it towards the Sunshine with the power of his flesh. Swoosh. The cannonball crossed a graceful parabola. What power is this? Defend quickly. 35. Get off the boat now. 30%. Chapter 99 Escape. Devil's Triangle C. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Leave it to me. Sui suddenly stood up and pulled out the blue bird. 3 swords stream net. Duo. I saw that there was a layer of yellow current attached to the blue bird. And with Sui's quick swing of the sword, a grid-like sword energy was formed. Hey, you are clearly holding a knife, how can you call it a 3-knife flow? Usopp beside him frantically complained about Sui. Because I activated 3 devil fruit abilities at the same time, Sui turned to look at his companions, stretched out 3 fingers. He didn't pay any attention to the rain of shells approaching behind him. And the grid-like sword chi also played a role at this time, directly cutting all the shells along the way into small pieces. Then it exploded directly in the air. Franky, it's time to sail. Let these uninformed Marines see how great your invention is. Sui looked at Franky and said. Franky chuckled. Coke energy has almost accumulated. Look at my 067. Wind. Come. Cannon. At this time, the smoke and dust of the shell explosion had just dissipated. On the Marine warship, Garp is about to throw more shells. And the Marines are also immersed in Sui's powerful swordsmanship, they haven't recovered yet. I saw a white ball of light appearing at the tail of the Sunshine. Next moment. Advertisement. Boom. Sunshine. Take flight. J. What kind of a ship is this? 55. What's the rationale? Although the Marines couldn't understand it, they were shocked. Because it was only for a moment, they could only see a small black spot. In this grand line, where the compass does not work, it is impossible to catch up with each other. Garp was not discouraged by the failure to capture Straw Hat Crew, but laughed with his hands on his hips. Not bad. This is a qualified pirate, don't you think, Kuzan? On a reclining chair next to him, Marine Admiral Aokiji, who was wearing a blindfold, moved his blindfold slightly upwards, revealing one eye, looking at the distant sky lightly. Is this really good, Mr. Garp? The guy opposite Sui seems to be stronger, he said. Garp nodded, but still had a confident but dangerous smile on his face. Stronger. It all looks the same to me, just a bunch of brats. 35. You are indeed qualified to say such things. Aokiji yawned and put the blindfold back on. Kirby and Bell Meber looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Sui is too strong. Kebi was a little shocked and a little excited. Bailu Maibo seemed to be a little bit shocked. I originally thought that the two of us were about the same level of training, but I didn't expect that neither Luffy nor Zoro would be able to fight, and looking at Sui's fighting moves, it was even more difficult to keep up. Quote. Dong dong. Garp secretly appeared behind the two at some point, and one of them punched. You two, you have to say something that makes others' ambitions destroy your own prestige. Since you know that you can't compete with others, don't hurry up and train. Also, you two destroy morale and punish you for not eating for a week. Yes. Quote. Yes. Gift. Advertisement. Sui put his knife in the sheath, clapped his hands, and leaned on the deck overlooking the entire sea. It's good, it's flying again. It reminds me of what it was like to be on Sky Island, Usopp said, folding his arms and looking into the distance. Sunshine is super powerful, right? I used munch fruit to synthesize incredible materials and added them to the hull. 35. Saying that, he patted the huge lion head like a sunflower on the bow of the boat. Part of the wood of the Mary was synthesized by me using munch fruit. Of course, there are other parts of the ship. In short, the Mary is not dead, but will continue to sail with us. 35. Hearing this, Usopp was the most excited. He hurriedly ran to the lion's head and burst into tears with excitement. Mary, it's great, you're still alive. Of course, there are more interesting things on this ship, my favorite is this. Franky said, walking to the rudder of the bow. There's something like a turntable with numbers 0 to 5 on it. This is the soldier dock system. Turning to 0, the sunshine will appear on both sides of the Marine's paddling outer wheel, but it is better than the Marine's. And because Franky is made of special materials invented and synthesized by himself, it is lighter and stronger. 1 stands for Nami's Waiba, 2 stands for a steamboat with a miniature merry-goat head, 3 stands for Shark Submarine, 4 stands for Black Rhino FR4, 5 is where Franky installed the wind-to-gun system, only need to be at the rudder to fully control the launch of the wind toll. Introduced the soldier dock system to everyone. But Franky has obvious reservations and doesn't say all of what each number represents. Just to surprise everyone when it arrives. Of course, it wasn't a surprise for Sui. The Fishmen Island is ahead. Nami took out the map of the Grand Line. We have also walked through the first half of the Grand Line, and as long as we pass the Fishmen Island, we will enter the New World. 35. When Sanji heard the words, the Fishmen Island, he instantly turned into a tornado. His eyes were full of red hearts beating, his hands were bent upwards and swayed like waves, and so were his legs. However, didn't Granny Coco also say that before entering the Fishmen Island, we have to pass through a Devil's Triangle? Sui threw a key question. Devil's Triangle. Usopp and Chopper covered their cheeks in fear, and they all felt bad. I heard that there is the Devil's Sea where no ships have ever sailed out. At this time, Sanji started to be frightening. He put a lit match under his chin, and his whole face was gloomy and terrifying, while his serious face the way the story is told gives a very convincing feeling. Advertisement. Why is there a barrel floating at sea? Luffy was not interested in ghost stories, but when he saw a wooden barrel floating on the sea in the distance, he immediately reached out and grabbed it. A group of people suddenly gave up ghost stories and gathered around. This seems to be a sacrifice to the sea god, and there are well-preserved food and wine in it. If we eat it, we need to put new food and wine in it again. This is a kind of food above the sea. Rules, Nami said. Food. Luffy's mouth drooled. Wine. Zoro's eyes unconsciously aimed at the barrel. You two, don't just think about eating. Sanji came over. Based on what he saw and heard, he actually realized that there was no so-called food or wine in this wooden barrel at all. But something else. However, what he said was already a little late. Because Lu 4.9 Fei had already opened the wooden barrel. Chirp. A red light like fireworks flew into the sky and burst open, and the whole sea was reflected in a red. Oops. Nami's face changed. Couldn't this be a trap? With a smile on his lips, Sui walked over. Absolutely. Throw this kind of wooden barrel with food into the sea, let passing ships pick it up and open it, and then a red signal flare will be sent out, which will be caught by someone. Some people saw it. A group of people looked at Sui with strange eyes. You bastard, even though it's a trap, you can still laugh. 95 Sanji said. Well, there's an old saying in my hometown. When it comes, it's safe. Everyone waited for a long time, but did not see a ship attacking at sea. So what to do? Only Sui and Sanji noticed that an unfamiliar aura had appeared on the ship at some point. The two looked at each other, tacit understanding of each other. 30%. Chapter 100 Sanji's Dream, Transparent Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sui and Sanji did not reveal the appearance of an unknown enemy. Until the sunshine did not know when it sailed into a sea of gloomy sky. Luffy suddenly realized that someone was pulling the corners of his mouth. Hey, Luffy, don't be funny at times like this. Chopper was already terrified, but Luffy was still looking like this. Then, Chopper felt a tug on his face. Hey, ghost. Sui and Sanji watched all this calmly. Sanji-kun, have you noticed that the other party is clearly standing in front of us, but we can't see each other? Sanji frowned and looked at the space ahead. Indeed, from observation Haki's perception, there is indeed a person in front of him. But, 18. Masaka, the other party turned out to be a transparent fruit person. Sanji was stunned all of a sudden. Sui chuckled, I guess so. Silence. Dead silence. Sanji fell silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. I actually read the Devil Fruit illustrated book when I was young, and I felt that it was a bit nonsense and that eating devil fruit would turn into a landlubber. The only devil fruit that 14 cared about was transparent fruit. He suddenly looked at Sui with a terrifying look. Sui, help me, steal it, steal the transparent fruit. You can do anything you want me to do. Sui smiled and said, Sanji-kun, it's up to you. If you can catch that guy, I might consider. Before he could finish speaking, Sanji disappeared instantly. Loin kick, head kick, stock kick, roundhouse kick, neck kick. With the help of seeing and hearing, in front of Sanji, even the transparent fruit is invisible. With a set of combos, the opponent was knocked to the ground. A man with a lion's mouth and a strange hat was revealed. How could you possibly find me? The other party looked in disbelief. There is still consciousness, it's not good, I can't let you escape. At this time, Sanji had lost his mind, and when he saw that the other party was still conscious, he realized that the other party was likely to escape. Advertisement. Thus, a new round of attacks began. Bang 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 bang. After some attacks, the other party finally completely lost consciousness. Sui came over and touched the other's body with his hand. A stream of energy flowed into his body from the opponent's body along his hand. Then, he touched Sanji again. Sanji-kun, try it, your dream. Sanji's body is shaking. Excited trembling. Tick. A tear fell from his chin. How many years, how many years, how many years? My dream has finally come true. At this point, the others on the boat still didn't understand what was going on. But seeing Sanji suddenly move towards the air, he already guessed that there might be some enemy. When seeing a person suddenly appear, they understood that this enemy should have the ability to be invisible. And it wasn't until Sui touched each other and Sanji again. Nami suddenly panicked. Sui, what are you doing? However, it was too late. In between, Sanji's body suddenly began to become transparent, and gradually became truly transparent. Transparent fruit. Sui, I love you so much. Sanji began to run wildly on the deck. Women's bath, women's bath, women's bath, women's bath, women's bath. Sheep bubble. Suddenly, Nami stretched out his hands, and a lot of foam appeared on the deck. Boom. Sanji, who was invisible, accidentally stepped on the bubble, and then slipped neatly. What? This is. When? Sanji stood up with difficulty. Advertisement. The result was a slip. Nami looked proud. This is the bubble fruit I replaced with smoke fruit. As long as you fill the bathroom with this kind of bubbles when you take a shower, and if you cover the bathroom door with this kind of bubbles, even if you are invisible can't peek. Then, Nami went to the place where Sanji slipped. At this time, Sanji's body contour has been outlined by the foam. Nami rubbed his hands over his body. Golden bubbles. Then, take 2 steps back and quietly wait for the good show to unfold. The invisible Sanji struggled to stand up. As a result, suddenly slipped. Sanji-kun, don't you want to see what your body looks like now? Nami said with a smirk. Nani? Sanji subconsciously lifted the invisibility. As a result, I saw that my body became extremely smooth, and the whole person was deformed. As soon as he tries to get up, he slips. And once the sheep bubbles on the ground are touched by the body will become weak. It's completely impossible for you to peek at the bathhouse in your life. Sanji, who had just reached the peak of his life, suddenly felt that he had fallen into hell. Well, Sanji-kun, if the transparent fruit is used purely, maybe you won't even be able to detect it, Sui said. Sanji was lying on the ground with a hopeless expression. But if you are stronger, if you can't watch the girls' bathroom, what fun is there in life? This guy is helpless. Sui ignored Sanji and looked at Absalom on the ground. He took the seastone handcuffs he had snatched from the Enies Lobby and locked him. Then, he was detained in the cabin where mortals were imprisoned. Finally, he clapped his hands. That's it. Sanji, who obtained the transparent fruit, soon returned to normal. Nami also experimented with the duration of the various moves of the bubble fruit. Then Luffy, Chopper and Usopp started playing with Sanji. And Nami also began researching his own bubble fruit. Sheep bubbles can make people lose their strength. Advertisement. Gold bubbles can make people's skin very smooth. Will there be bubbles that wash away scars, bubbles that wash away fatigue, or even bubbles that wash away armament hockey? 35. Thoughts surging in Nami's mind. Sure enough, the fruit of paramecia is still more suitable for Nami. Seeing this, Sui showed a relieved smile. After the sunshine sailed for a while in the Devil's Triangle. Suddenly, a voice came from the fog. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 067 ho. Yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 ho. Although it is only 2 simple characters, the tone of each sentence is different, and together it is like a song. Who is it? Nami and the others who didn't know why suddenly looked at the world in the mist with a cold sweat. A ghost. There really is a ghost here. Chopper covered his cheeks and opened his mouth. Luffy was excited. It turned out to be a ghost. Great, I can finally see a ghost. I'm going to catch it. At some point in his hand he had caught Kabuto, a net that catches insects. Sui, stop him. If the ghosts and gods are angered, maybe our ship will be cursed. Nami turned to Sui for help. Yeah, at this time, let the reliable Sui. Chopper also looked at Sui as if he saw hope, but. Yoshi, let's go catch the ghost together. Sui put his arms around Luffy's shoulders, also looking excited. Nami. Nani. 99. Chopper. Nani. It's over. Even Sui has become unreliable. Sui looked at Sanji. If Sanji uses the transparent fruit, isn't he also equivalent to a ghost? 35. Sanji looked at his palm. Ah, that's true. As he spoke, his body became transparent and disappeared in place. After a few seconds, Chopper found his body flying. Being grabbed by the hoof, he was lifted up in the air. Ah! Ghost! Let go of me, Sanji. Chopper struggled desperately, and even though he knew it was Sanji's trouble, he was still very scared. 30%. Chapter 101 Mutual Partner. Whale Laboon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator yo ho 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 ho. A dilapidated sailboat sailed in the distance, and there was a phantom singing from the boat. Ghost ship. Everyone was shocked again. Adventure. 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 Luffy was even more excited. Yoshi, the captain and I are going to explore the ghost ship, you stay here to watch the house. Nami, there might be treasures left by the pirates on the ship. Sui delivered a blockbuster message for Nami. Really? Nami's eyes instantly turned into Bailey's. Although we already have hundreds of millions of Baileys on board, of course the more money the better. So, Sui and Luffy took a boat and rowed onto the ghost ship. Ghost. 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 Luffy is full of energy. Sui is looking forward to the next partner. These two guys. On the Sunshine number, everyone was speechless. Finally, Sui and Luffy climbed onto the ghost ship. Immediately, the two of them saw a skeleton wearing a tuxedo, a top hat, an explosive head, leaning on a cane in his right hand, and a cup of hot tea in his left hand. You too, Guyan. The skeleton suddenly drank a sip of tea, but there was no tea at all from the neck where only the bones were left. Nani. Damn it. It's really a skeleton. Luffy suddenly looked at each other with bright eyes, extremely excited. Sui was also smiling, but when he saw the other party just now, he was taken aback by the shape of the other party's skeleton. Advertisement. But when I thought that the other party was Brook, not a real skeleton demon. My heart also became quiet. Ah, you two, aren't you afraid of me? Brook looked at the two of them in surprise. As a skeleton who has been wandering in this Devil's Triangle waters for about 50 years, how many pirates have he seen? However, when those people saw him as a talking skeleton, they were all very frightened and afraid. Not to mention being so interested in him as before. Ah, after so many years, I finally don't have to be discriminated against. I'm moved to tears, although I don't have eyeballs. Yo hoo hoo tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator yo hoo hoo hoo. Brook said a skeleton joke suddenly, and then laughed to himself. Damn. Luffy looked at Brook excitedly again, you're even making jokes. You were the one who sang on the sea just now. Sui saw Luffy and Brook, one of whose eyes kept shining, the other who kept telling skeleton jokes. Hence the question of returning to the topic. Oh, yes, it's really me singing, though. I'm a skeleton, without a voice. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Brook never forgets his skeleton jokes. It sings really well, Luffy said, picking at his booger. After speaking, his unpredictable brain circuit suddenly came up with an idea. Begging for a sack of beans, don't tell me, you're a musician. Brook straightened up. Ah, yes, on the original boat, I was a musician. Yoshi. Then you can be our partner. I just don't have musicians on my ship. Luffy didn't care about other people's feelings at all, and made a decision on his own. Really? Do you really care that I'm a skeleton? Brook seemed a little moved. Speaking of which, we have rubber people, invisible people, transformed people, talking civet cats, and ladies who can grow hands on their bodies. It's not too much to have a skeleton like you. Sui is simply a treasure. Snapped his fingers and said. Yes, I'm the rubber man who ate rubber fruit. Luffy pulled at his face and immediately stretched his face. Isn't it interesting? Yo hoo hoo. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Brook suddenly laughed. That's true, then I agree. As a result, the expedition team, when they found a skeleton but did not find any treasure, returned voluntarily. Advertisement. After returning to the ship, everyone on the boat was shocked. Looking at Sui with disbelief. That expression seemed to say, why is your most reliable guy now the most unreliable guy? This is Brook, our new partner, the musician. Sui introduced to everyone. Sanji, I want to eat. 5 Luffy cried, raising his hands. What a joke. He's a skeleton. We are firmly against it. Objection is invalid. As the captain, Luffy naturally has the power to make such a decision. As a result, the group could only watch Brook walk into the kitchen. Oh, beautiful lady, may I see your panties? Brook suddenly thought of something, very gentlemanly walked to Nami's side and said. No road race. Nami punched Brook in the head. Sui, why didn't you bring the treasure back? It's fine if you brought back a skeleton, but what about the treasure? What about my treasure? She was almost in tears, and living on a ship with a skeleton was acceptable to her, but it was unacceptable for her to find out that the ghost ship did not collect the treasures that might exist on it. This, I forgot, Sui scratched his head. As a result, everyone can only enter the kitchen to eat first. At the dining table, everyone still couldn't accept the fact that a skeleton was about to become their partner. Brook, however, started to eat without showing any signs of it. What is puzzling is that his mouth, which has turned into a skeleton, has completely disappeared, and even the liquid such as juice has not appeared in his stomach. Although, he doesn't have a belly at all. That's it, I ate the yellow spring fruit, and 50 years ago, our fleet suffered a terrible attack, and everyone died. The ability of the yellow spring fruit is to revive the person who ate it once, so before that death, I was just a landlubber. But after my death, my soul came back from the kingdom of heaven, but our ship entered the Devil's Triangle, surrounded by fog, and I couldn't find our ship at all. 99. Advertisement. After wandering on the sea like this for a year, I finally found my boat, but when I found my body had already turned into a bone, so I resurrected with a body of bones. For 49 years since then, I have been living alone on this wrecked ship with no one, because the rudder is broken, so I can't escape this sea at all, and I endure loneliness alone. Brook tells his story. After everyone heard it, they were relieved and their fear of him was reduced. To put it bluntly, Brook is just a special demon fruit power. However, sorry Luffy, I can't be called your crew. 99. After Brook finished eating and wiped his mouth, he suddenly declined the invitation to board the boat. Nani? Luffy looked reluctant. Look at my feet. My shadow was taken away by a certain man. Once I leave this fog-shrouded sea and the sun hits it, it will turn to ashes, so before taking back my shadow, I can't leave with you yet. Well, even if you take back your shadow, you'll be considered an alien if you leave here. Suyi's words suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. What's your reason for desperately trying to regain your Wang Zhao's shadow? For a skeleton monster like you, perhaps staying in this sea area is the best choice. The crowd reacted. Indeed, to Brook, he was a skeleton. Even if you leave here, I am afraid that it will not be accepted by others. So why does he insist on taking back the shadow? Well, it's because of a contract. Brook looked up at the sky. The ceiling. More than 50 years ago, when our fleet passed Twin Points, we left a little whale, Laboon, brought from West Blue, because Laboon couldn't take the dangerous adventure of the Grand Line, and we said wait. Traveled around the world for a week and then went back to pick it up, but now 50 years have passed, all my friends from the past are dead, and I am the only one left. It's hard to imagine what kind of life Laboon would have lived for 50 years if it had stayed there forever. Saying that, Brook clenched his fists, his tone was no longer sad, and some was just an obsession, to find Laboon's obsession. Laboon. Luffy repeated. Twin Points. Nami recalled the place name. Shouldn't it be? Zoro also remembered Faye. Chapter 102 Shichibukai. Gecko Moria. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yo-hoo-hoo, so you both know Laboon, it's really fate, yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The atmosphere on the ship suddenly became lively. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Sui are all people who have seen Laboon with their own eyes. And Luffy made an agreement with Laboon to stop Laboon from hitting the red line. As soon as the two sides communicated, they immediately became real partners. In that case, that's great, Laboon has been waiting for us for so many years. Brook couldn't help but took out his violin and started to play. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho 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 tilde operator tilde operator tilde operator yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, however. Before he could sing for a while, the sunshine horn suddenly made a violent vibration. Meanwhile, Sanji looked outside, there's something outside. Sui said. We seem to have hit an island. Island. Everyone ran out in amazement. Suddenly, in the fog, the sunshine had come to a small island before you knew it. There are forests and ancient castles on the island, which look ghostly. Very scary. Come on, This is Gecko Moria's turf, the bark. Said to be a sailboat. In fact, an island was made into a boat, because the sails are too large, and in the thick fog, it is easy to confuse the sails with the dark clouds in the sky. This is the man who took my shadow, one of Shichibukai, the territory of Moonlight Mali 067 Ya. At this time, Brook also told the truth. Hey, Shichibukai, Gecko Moria. 35. Both Chopper Usopp and Nami stuck their tongues out and their eyes bulged out. Everyone, I'm going to take back my shadow, so don't take the risk. If I can't come back, you go and tell Laboon, and say don't wait for us, we can't go back. Brook pulled out the sword in his palm, and his tone was decisive, as if he was going to die. Please bean sacks. Advertisement. Luffy suddenly held down Brook. We are already partners now. Since we are partners, how could we leave you alone and run away? Brook. Yo Shi, let's fight together. Everyone. This change is too fast. Brook had to sit down and start telling everyone about the island. Base. Sui pulled out the blue bird and suddenly waved towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, a zombie that looked like a bat fell down. This guy is here to eavesdrop. He grabbed the bad zombie and threw it into the sea. After a while, a black shadow flew out. It flew into the distance, perhaps to find its owner. Brook pointed to the black thing flying in the sky and said, "This beige is a shadow. Gecko Moria is the shadow man who ate the shadow fruit. He can grab the shadow of the person and cut it short with scissors, and the person whose shadow is taken away will be in a coma for about 2 days. 35. The body that has lost its shadow will turn into ashes once it finds sunlight, and if the taken shadow is put into a dead corpse, then the corpse will be resurrected and become a terrifying zombie, which has a shadow master, character and strong strength, but no original memory. This island, no, or this ship is full of these zombies. However, zombies also have weaknesses, that is, they have some of the power of seawater, salt, or they can drink seawater directly. In short, as long as a little salt is put into the mouth of the zombie, the shadow in the zombie will be destroyed. Freed. After Brook finished speaking, Usopp had already loaded up the seawater and put it on the stove to cook it in a pot. After a while, a bag of sea salt was freshly baked. Then, he prepared a bag for everyone. Anyway, it's enough to help Brook take back the shadow. 35 Zoro looks full of fighting spirit. Hey, Zoro, you're not going to get lost all of a sudden, are you? 9. No road race. How is that possible? Zoro roared. Sui also took 3 bags of salt. I'm a little longing for the environment of this island. I'd like to go for a walk, and by the way, I can also eliminate some zombies. After all, the fewer zombies, the safer we are, right? After saying that, he jumped off the boat on his own, and stepped on the sea with his feet quickly, and finally came to the distant shore, then waved to the people on the boat, and disappeared into the forest. Hey, the most reliable man is gone, what should we do? Nami and Usopp hugged each other, with a chopper in the middle, and the 3 people who were sympathetic to each other were in tears. Yoshi, we are also leaving. Advertisement. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Franky, Robin and Brook got ready and got off the boat. In the end, Nami, Usopp and Chopper were left. Anyway, we should be fine with staying on board. 5. The 3 were about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, I realized that the sunshine was flowing with the current, and was actually stuck on a huge spider web. Such a big spider web, Masaka, is there a huge spider monster here? The 3 suddenly jumped off the boat with tears on their faces. However, at this time the first 2 groups had already gone far. The 3 stood blankly in the forest, feeling weak and helpless. Sui walked alone in the dark forest, surrounded by shadowy shadows, very forest and strange. It's like a vampire forest, or the black forest in a fairy tale. It's really exciting, Sui felt the sense of adventure. He suddenly stopped and looked at a tree beside him. Just now, did you move a bit? He asked. No, you read it wrong, said the big tree. Definitely moved. Sui roared and slashed with his knife. The tree was split in half in an instant. When he got closer to observe, he saw that there was a human face stitched on the tree. It looks very scary and weird. Sui threw a grain of salt into the face's mouth. Immediately, A black thing came out of it. Slamla. There was a sudden noise from the surrounding forest. In Suyi's perception, a large number of zombies are coming. Not bad, it smells like Resident Evil. With a smile on his lips, cutting zombies has always been his dream, and now it has finally come true. On the other side, in the team of Luffy and others. Advertisement. Hey, did you find Zoro missing? I don't know, maybe I got lost again. He's following behind us, so can we get lost? It can only be said that it was a miracle. Never mind, with his strength there should be no problem. 55. Nami, Chopper and Usopp walked tremblingly in the forest. Surrounded by either Fukuro Gugu startled them. Either the mouse that suddenly sprang out frightened their tears. In just 5 minutes, the souls of the 3 people were almost scared away. It's horrible here. I'm going home. 39. Wait, the road behind is gone. The 3 of them were about to go back when they suddenly found that the original road was gone. When did so many trees suddenly appear here? Luo. Nami put his hand on the trunk of a tree with a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, a human face appeared on the tree trunk. Hey, little girl, good evening. 39. Ah, a scream resounded through the forest. The face on the tree was stunned by the sharp scream. Nami is horrible. Chopper covered his ears, feeling the buzzing in his ears. So is Usopp. Wait, I'm the wax man with wax fruit, why should I be afraid? Usopp suddenly thought that he was also a capable person. The next moment, he activated his ability to create a pumpkin cart. The 3 of them got into the car, and a horse made of white wax moved slowly. Of course it does not have feet, but limbs made of wheels. 31%. Chapter 103 Dr. Hogbuck. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Somewhere in the forest. Luffy and his party. Damn it, there seems to be a cemetery ahead. Luffy was overjoyed when he discovered that there was a cemetery in front of him. Speaking of which, aren't you surprised? Captain. Robin frowned and said, "What's the matter?" Luffy asked curiously. Unconsciously, it was just the 2 of us left. Robin pointed behind him. In the forest at this time, there was a 5-person team composed of Zoro, Sanji, Franky, and the 2 of them. Only the 2 of them were left. Yeah, it's a little weird, but they're supposed to got lost. 35. The neurotic Luffy didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. No, we've been targeted. Robin's eyes swept around, and there was a rustling sound in the surrounding forest. Pairs of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. In the center of the island, outside the castle gate. The pumpkin carriage stopped. Usopp opened the skylight at the top of the pumpkin carriage, stuck out a head in an extremely wretched manner, and looked around nervously. No, there are no enemies. 99. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, they all moved to the skylight and looked out at the castle outside. It's really spectacular. Such a big castle, Chopper said in amazement. Although there was a castle in his hometown, it was in the wind and snow, and it was far less big than the current castle. It's a bit spooky, shouldn't there be vampires and werewolves in it? Nami said with a runny nose. Advertisement. Now Luffy and the others should have attacked and competed with that guy Moria. Yossi, let's just play mobs or something, and by the way, let's explore the castle. 39 Usopp said. Hearing the expedition, Chopper's entire body trembled with excitement, an exploration of the ancient castle. Sounds really interesting, I wonder if there is any treasure in it. Nami on the side was originally very opposed to the word exploration, but when he heard the word treasure, both eyes turned into the shape of Bailey. After 2 minutes, the 3 of them got off the carriage when they were ready. Back to back entered the range of the castle. Crunch 1. Pushing open the door, I immediately saw a dark interior of the castle. No one. Usopp was about to finish his sentence when suddenly a light came on. It was a device similar to a searchlight, except that the light was not shining on the 3 of them, but on an ancient well in the corridor of the ancient castle. Crunch crunch. The handle of the ancient well turned automatically, as if there was an invisible ghost drawing water. The 3 of them had goosebumps all over their bodies and stared at the wellhead. Suddenly, A pale-faced, blonde-haired man dressed in a maid's uniform slowly rose from the well. Strangely, she was still holding a stack of plates in her hand. The plates are gone, the other man muttered, and suddenly threw the plate in his hand towards Usopp and Chopper. There was a crackling sound, and all the plates in the hand of the maid shattered, which also scared the two to half to death. Crunch. Just then, the first door in the corridor opened, and a warm yellow light came through. A chubby figure came out. You guys, come in. Hey, Shinduoli, these are the guests, don't attack them. Yes, Mr. Hogbuck. The maid zombie named Shinduoli responded, then walked out of the well and walked into the room silently. Nami and the others looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although a little scared, this man of unknown origin is indeed a living person and not a zombie. Hogbark. Are you Drive Hobark? Chopper asked suddenly. Hogbuck looked at Chopper with an inexplicable expression. Yeah, what's wrong? Advertisement. Nami and Usopp also looked at Chopper in confusion. Dr. Hogbuck is a world-renowned top doctor. He has saved countless lives from his hands. He is the doctor I admire the most, and my idol. Chopper's big eyes shone like stars. The whole person is like an irrational groupie. Nami whispered to Usopp, since he's a good guy, let's go in. As a result, the three entered Hogbuck's room. Crunch. The door closed with a whimper, and the dark corridor returned to dead silence. Somewhere in the forest, Sui walks along the forest path. Along the way, he has dealt with too many zombies. A rough calculation, about 70 or 80. Well, it's not bad, but the strength of zombies is too weak. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. Sui couldn't help but think of the giant Oz. If you can fight zombie Oz, it will be a worthwhile trip. Hopefully Luffy gets caught soon. If Sui's words were heard by the comrades on the boat, they would probably be regarded as crazy. Hey, you guys, you've been following me long enough. 35. Suddenly, Sui stopped his steps and looked into the woods beside him. No movement. There seems to be nothing there. Can't you come out? I'm going to attack there next. If you don't come out, you may be accidentally injured. With that said, Sui pulled out the blue bird from his waist. Wait, let's get out. Suddenly, several figures came out from among the hiding bushes. 0.0. This is different from zombies, but a few real human beings. Advertisement. However, there is no shadow under their feet. Are you guys whose shadow was taken away by Moria? Sui asked. Several people looked at each other, then nodded. Well, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Sui. Sui took back the blue bird. Thump. Several people suddenly knelt on the ground. You are very strong, so can you help us? Yeah, our shadow was snatched by Moria, so I never dared to leave here. My West Blue hometown, my mother and wife, and now I've been out at sea for 3 years, I haven't even gone back to see them. Saying that, several people touched their foreheads to the ground. Well, I'm liberating the zombies on the island right now, maybe I'll be able to liberate all of your shadows at some point. Sui waved his hand. Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. 99. I wonder if we can offer you some help. Sui blinked. Say help. He took out the bag of salt in his pocket. I don't have enough salt on me. Several people were suddenly excited. We have plenty of salt here, come back to camp with us. You are our savior, we have to treat you well. By the way, the leader should be very happy to know it. After all, the other party is a handsome guy. Sui. Wait, handsome. Could it be that the leader of the other party is that person? Fan. 31%. Chapter 104 Aunt's Daughter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the room, Shinduoli was holding a stack of plates in her hands, and the dishes were prepared food. I hate plates the most, so just lie down on the table and eat. She poured the food on the plate directly on the table. Fortunately, it was a piece of pudding. If it was soup noodles, it would probably spill over the people sitting at the table. Don't worry, I had already expected this situation, so I wiped the table very clean in advance, and I can lick it with my tongue, Hogbuck said with a confident and predictable expression. Looking at the shocked and puzzled expressions on the faces of the three Nami. Hogbok explained. Shin Duoli used to be the maid of a rich man. The two loved each other. In order to test whether the rich man was sincere to her, she deliberately broke expensive plates. Having said this, he paused. As a result, Shin Duoli was kicked out. She jumped off the building when she couldn't think of it. That's right, she's a zombie now, and I'm doing research here to bring people back to life. Gu Dong. The three swallowed. However, there was no adoration or reverence for the doctor at all. 070. Even Chopper, who originally admired the doctor. The reason is simple, because before they came here, they had heard Brook tell the truth about the island. Zombies exist only because Gecko Moria uses devil fruit ability to put shadows into corpses, which leads to resurrection. But the doctor in front of him named Hogbark actually claimed that he had brought the dead back to life. This is obviously a liar. For a time, the hearts of the three began to sink, realizing that the situation was not good. The doctor in front of him is probably a pirate from the Gecko Moria pirates. After all, living in the territory of the dignified Shichibukai Gecko Moria is a living person who can command zombies and has his own room alone. All these conditions add up. No matter how you look at this person is very suspicious. Facing the current situation, the three exchanged glances. Nami suddenly stood up with a surprised expression on his face. Ah, Miss Shin Duoli's dress is so beautiful, I like it very much. Saying that, she walked towards Shin Duoli. At this time, Hogbok's attention was also attracted to Nami's body. He didn't pay any attention to the small movements in the hands of Usopp, who was sitting across from him. When Nami walked to Shin Duoli's side, he stroked her clothes with his hands, and a bunch of bubbles appeared on Shin Duoli's body. Advertisement. What is this? Masaka, are you demon fruit power? Dr. Hogbok was well informed and had a conjecture when he saw the bubbles formed in Nami's hands. However, before he could continue to ask, suddenly, I felt that my feet were locked by something. He looked down subconsciously and found that his feet were actually wrapped in a white object, like a plaster. But when he tried hard to break free of the white substance like gypsum, he found that it was ridiculously hard, like iron. Wax shackles. Usopp has just made a wax shackle from wax fruit to bind Hobak's feet. At this time, Hogbok finally reacted, and his identity was exposed. Shin Duoli, they are enemies, destroy them. Hogbok gave the order while looking in the direction of Shin Duoli. Nani. However, when he saw Shin Duoli's image at the moment, he almost stared out two eyeballs, and his tongue swayed like a wave. I saw that under the influence of the golden bubble, Shin Duoli at this time has become like a toy. The whole body, whether it is clothes or skin, is stuck together, and it is extremely smooth. Battle victory. Nami compared a scissor hand with a triumphant smile on his face. But at this moment, the carpet in the room and the oil painting on the wall all came alive, the carpet turned into a white bear, and the figure in the oil painting ran out. How dare you hurt our master, Lord Hogbok, I really don't know how to live or die, pirates. Obviously, this is also a group of zombies, just zombies disguised as carpets and paintings. On the wall, a pig head specimen also came to life at this time, and said proudly, I didn't expect that this room is all our people, ha ha ha. Cross seal. Chopper's body suddenly swelled into a human beast form, and a blue wave ball entered his stomach to strengthen his wrist. Immediately, the skill was activated, and with one move, the largest white bear carpet zombie was sent flying. Sheep bubble. Nami secreted a lot of bubbles all over his body, and then burst out suddenly and flew in all directions. But all the zombies who came into contact with this bubble fell to the ground and lost their strength. Advertisement. Death. Salt star burst. 35. Usopp seized the opportunity, and the wax oil in his right hand condensed into a gatling, which frantically shot white salt blocks one by one into the mouths of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies in the room flew out of their mouths. Dark, dense shadows. At this moment, the only enemy in the room was Drive Hogbok alone. Nani. 35. Hogbok looked at everything that happened in front of him in shock. This group of pirates was too sturdy, and zombies were not their opponents at all. More importantly, how exactly did they see through their identities? To be able to subdue himself so quickly, and to have such a tacit understanding. This guy doesn't look like a capable person, otherwise I'll leave it to Sui to deal with it, Nami said. She used sheep bubbles and gold bubbles on Hogbuck just in case. It made Hogbuck lose his strength, and at the same time his whole body became extremely smooth. Yoshi, the zombies here have been eliminated, let's find out if there is any treasure in the room. Nami's eyes became Bailey's shape. Chopper. Usopp. In the forest. Somewhere hidden corner. Sui followed several survivors to a camp. This is the place where many people whose shadows have been taken away live and hide. Seeing someone come back, the two guards guarding the door immediately became vigilant. However, when he saw a familiar person, he immediately relaxed. Who is this? The two looked at Sui and expressed concern for this unfamiliar face. Don't worry, he is a very strong man who has released hundreds of zombies in the forest. Ah, we wanted to ask him for help this time. He said he didn't have much salt on his body, so he went back to the land to get salt from us, another said. Hundreds. The two guards looked shocked. Quickly let Sui enter the territory. It is said to be a territory, but it is actually an underground space disguised as a mound. Advertisement. Because the shadow has been taken away, the sun cannot shine, so I have to live in darkness. And even in the Devil's Triangle Sea, it is not always without the sun, so such an underground space must be built. 35. A survivor explains to Sui. Hey, Mina, come and welcome the new members. A group of people who had their shadows taken away came together. One of the things that made Sui more concerned was a woman with a big head, blonde hair, and a bloody red lip. This handsome man, can I be your bride? As soon as the other party came up, he made a surprising speech. I refuse. Sui also refused decisively, and at the same time he had already guessed the identity of the other party. This person's full name should be Charlotte Lola. She is Charlotte Linlin's 23rd daughter. Hiss. Sui wants to rub his teeth, this is too magical. In Moria's territory, the daughter 4.9 of the 4 emperors who was under house arrest was actually found. If this gets out, Auntie won't eat Moria. Wait, Lola took the initiative to escape, so maybe the aunt doesn't want to care about her daughter. This is the captain of our rolling pirates, the person on the side introduced. Also the leader of our survivors. Hello, Sui greeted, and then said, do you have any extra salt here, and if so, can you lend me a little? 35. Yes, Lola was clearly excited about the savior who had fallen from the sky. Immediately took out a large bucket of sea salt. We have been on the island for all these years, fighting against the zombies on the island and getting rid of a lot of them. It also produced a lot of salt. Sui took a large bag and tied it to his belt. My name is Sui, and I came to the island with Straw Hat crew. If nothing else happens, our captain will blow Moria and free all the shadows. Look forward to it. 99. Sui raised his trousers belt, and then left on his own, leaving everyone behind. Chapter 105 The Three Masters will be resurrected. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. While Sui was leisurely playing his zombie-killing game. In the expedition team composed of Luffy and others, only Robin was left. Inside the castle, the three of Nami had already explored nearly a third of the area before they knew it, and were about to head to the territory where Moria lived. Meanwhile, Moria's room. The coffins were neatly arranged. A tall, vampire-like Shichibukai with purple hair, purple lips, and pale, zombie-like skin. Gecko Moria has just woken up from sleep. He patted his chubby belly and hiccuped. Really, since I lost to Kaido, I've been getting more and more relaxed, and now my body has begun to gain weight. He looked at his stomach and missed the abdominal muscles of his youth. Immediately, he turned his attention to the extra coffins in the room. Master, while you were sleeping, the Straw Hat Boy with a reward of 400 million, and his companions came to our sight, now including the Straw Hat Boy, the swordsman Roronoa Zoro, the black-footed Sanji, and the transformation man Franky all got caught. Good job, 400 million people, now you can use no. 900. Moria opened one of the coffins. But inside lies a white bone. Isn't this the nose-singing swordsman? Isn't he without a shadow? What are you arresting him for? Moria apparently knew Brook's 14. However, he was a little unhappy. This guy had his shadow cut out a few years ago. I'm sorry, Master, but this person always hunts zombies, so I want to leave it to Master for your disposal. Several zombies said. Moria waved. Throw him off the island. Yes, Master. Several zombies immediately lifted Brook, who was bound with spider silk, and transported it away from the castle. Then Moria opened the second coffin. Lying in this second coffin is Zoro. Moria grabbed Zoro in front of him, then cut off his shadow, and then threw Zoro's body aside. This guy looks strong, so just use a strong corpse. He found what appeared to be the corpse of a dead samurai, and put Zoro's shadow in it. Soon after, the samurai's corpse stood up. The scar on the back is a disgrace to the swordsman. Advertisement. Moria then opened the third coffin and captured Sanji, who was imprisoned. This guy looks weak, just give him a corpse. After cutting out Sanji's shadow, Moria found a penguin corpse and threw Sanji's shadow into it. Then there was the fourth coffin, which was opened, and it was Luffy. I found it. Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. Your shadow should be able to control Oz's body. Moria was overjoyed, and cut off Luffy's shadow just like that. Then, ignoring the fifth coffin, he headed to the freezer where Oz's body was parked. The rest of the zombies followed Moria. They knew that the guy whose shadow had been cut out wouldn't wake up for 2 days. So don't worry that Sanji, Zoro and Luffy on the ground will suddenly wake up. Not long after the group left. Kacha, Kacha, Kacha. A big mouth gnawed the coffin from inside. Franky came out of the coffin. Ow. Super. After making a pose, Franky walked towards the bodies of Luffy and others on the ground. Really? The three of you all have the devil fruit ability, why don't you learn to escape by yourself? After finishing speaking, he used the ability of Munch Munch Fruit to eat the spider webs on the three people. Then, he took off his gloves, revealing a fist made of alloy. Give me. Wake up. 35. Bang bang bang. A burst of punches and kicks. The three of them fell asleep unexpectedly, and there was no sign of waking up. In that case, a beautiful swordsman with meat came over. Nani. Meat. Beauty. Jonhao. The three of them stood up in unison as if they were struck by electricity. Advertisement. I really can't do anything about you. Where is this place? Luffy looked blank. We were caught by Moria's men and you three were cut out of shadows by him. Remember that from now on you can no longer be in the sun. 39. Franky pointed to the feet of the three of them, and the three of them suddenly realized that their shadow had disappeared. Nani. After a brief shock, the three said that they immediately went to beat Moria and retrieve their shadow. Rumbling. However, at this moment, the entire ancient castle trembled. Then, a strong voice like a giant spread throughout the castle. Meet. Freezer. Moria looked excitedly at the giant Oz in front of her. Just now, he put Luffy's shadow into Oz's body. This terrifying existence, twice the size of a normal giant, finally woke up after 500 years of long slumber. Meet. However, the zombie Oz, who inherited Luffy's personality, woke up and the first sentence was to eat meat. Give him meat. Moria immediately ordered the zombies under him to bring all the food in the castle. After a while, a steady stream of food appeared in front of Oz. He grabbed it unceremoniously and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't even pick the stone bricks of the castle and swallowed them all together. He has become a zombie, and he has no sense of pain when he is alive. After a while, he was full. It's too crowded here. Oz looked at the wall and suddenly punched in the past. Boom. The wall shattered instantly, and Oz jumped out of the castle. Not bad. Really powerful. With Oz joining me, I can hunt stronger guys, and defeating Kaido is just around the corner. 35. Moria is very happy. Advertisement. He sat on the ground. I don't want to do anything, just rest here. Hey, why didn't a few cadres come over for such a big thing as the resurrection of Oz? Where's Perona? Where's Absalom? Where's Hogbark? Lord Absalom went out and never came back. Dr. Hogbark's words are unclear. Princess Perona seems to be still sleeping. A zombie loyal report. Really 070, a group of unreliable guys, how can they follow me to fight the new world in the future? Moria snorted coldly, ignored it, and continued to be in a daze. He didn't realize at all that his fat body might be related to his habit of being a fat house. At this time, the Perona room. Nami, Chopper and Usopp are facing off against Princess Mononoke. You three intruders have done a lot of things to kill Hogbuck. Several negative ghosts are constantly hovering around Perona. Hey, 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 but when you are here, you are destined to be your end. In the forest, somewhere, Robin, who was alone, came to the gate of the castle. At this moment, two squirrel zombies carried Brook bound by cobwebs and marched fast. Ah, Robin-san, help me. Brook saw Robin on the side of the road and immediately called out for help. 6 round flowers. Somewhere in the forest, Sui was happily playing his zombie-killing game. Suddenly there was a sound from the castle in the distance. He looked in the direction of the castle and saw a huge figure jumping out of the castle and walking towards him step by step. Giant Oz. The corners of his mouth curled up in an arc. Well, that guy Luffy was still caught, but I finally have a chance to fight against a powerhouse of this level. His hand was on the hilt of the blue bird. Chapter 106 Sui vs Oz. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Guo mo guo moruo. The giant Oz has the personality of Luffy, and for a short time, he thought he was a rubber man. So subconsciously, I want to stretch my arms. However, can't stretch. I remember being able to stretch before. 99. The giant Oz looked puzzled. Well, forget it. He gave up the plan to stretch his arms and continued walking towards the distance. I really think it's a landlubber. It's been a long time since I swam. 39. He went to the sea and wanted to swim. Just then, a figure stopped in front of him. The giant Oz did not notice the existence of the other party. 3 swords, electric sword. A golden sword chi suddenly killed him, and the giant Oz was startled by the momentum of this sword chi, and subconsciously raised his right hand to block it. Puff. The next moment, an astonishing scene appeared. I saw that the 3 fingers of the right hand of the giant Oz were cut off by Keegan. Ah, it hurts. The giant Oz let out a scream. But he immediately realized that he was a zombie and felt no pain at all. Damn it, guy, cut off my finger. 5. He rose, raised his left hand, and punched Sui. Boom. The ground roared and the ground shook. Sui jumped onto Oz's arm lightly. Captain, your shadow is quite strong, and I wouldn't dare to fight you with all my strength on weekdays, but now it doesn't matter if you chop up this giant. Sui muttered to himself as he ran. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes. 3 knife flow grid. This time, it was an attack with a dozen golden sword chi superimposed together. Oz threw his left fist and hit the grid. As a result, the entire fist was cut into pieces one by one. Advertisement. What? A flash of shock flashed in Oz's eyes, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. You little guy, you are amazing. The corners of Sui's mouth twitched up. The best is yet to come. He suddenly put the blue bird into the scabbard, a roar roared from his throat, and his entire body swelled extremely. The head of a wolf, the neck of a giraffe, the waist of a dachshund, the tail of a squirrel, the limbs of a cheetah, the fingers and claws of a mole. Sui turned into a strange monster with a long body, very strange. Originally, such a strange body should be very uncoordinated and slow. But the speed of Sui running in a straight line at this time is astonishingly fast, like a train running at full speed, and it is getting faster and faster. The form of the king of beasts. Then his head began to rotate, and the teeth turned forward, and a pair of sharp teeth protruded, forming a sharp triangle. The neck of the giraffe, and the body of the dachshund was a straight line. Armed. Finally, Sui's full body is covered in armor color. Before getting close to Oz's body, Sui suddenly used all his limbs and jumped with all his strength. When the person was in the air, the giraffe's neck began to spin rapidly, like a drill. The limbs are attached to the surface of the body. At first glance, Sui at this time looks like a dark spear with a strange shape. Ultimate move, Tooth Gun. Puff. The tooth gun went straight through Oz's forehead, leaving a hole in his head. No matter how hard his bones are, they can't resist Sui's ultimate move. Forehead. Oz fell backwards. I know you're not dead yet, but since I can pierce your skull with this move, it's already proven its power, and there's no point in hitting it any further. Sui was released from the form of the king of beasts. Leveraging on the ground, he jumped to Oz's face. Oz was still alive at this time and opened his mouth to eat Sui. Sui undid the bag of salt on his waist and poured all the salt into Oz's mouth. Forehead. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in Oz's mouth. It's Luffy's shadow. Inside the castle, Perona room. Advertisement. Nami and Chopper were kneeling on the ground with a look of hopelessness on their faces. Nami. I'm such a vile thief, I might as well be a stone in the next life. Chopper. I failed so badly, I just died. Yes, 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 yes. Princess Mononoke Perona smiled proudly. I hit my negative ghost, no. When she spoke, she was surprised to find that Usopp was still standing. Nani. Perona's eyes bulged, her mouth opened wide, and a line of snot came out of her nostrils. My uncle was originally very negative, always thinking about the worst outcome when encountering anything. As the most failed man in the Straw Hat crew, your negative ghost is useless to me. 39 Usopp put his hands on his hips, there is a kind of the attitude of not being ashamed but proud. Wax shackles. He suddenly took advantage of Perona's inattentiveness and threw out a lump of wax oil. Perona hurriedly ducked aside. Stop him for me. The zombies in the room suddenly swarmed up. Usopp had to summon the Usopp mech and fight the zombies. It turns out that the three of them are all capable people. It's not good or bad, and they have to leave quickly. It seems that Al-Salam has also been solved by them. I'm sorry Lord Moria, I'm going to escape from here. After Perona left the room, he ordered the zombies outside the door to move all the food and treasure to the sunshine. And she will take the sunshine to the sea and leave the Devil's Triangle Sea. On the other side of the castle, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Franky are about to kill Moria. However, on the way, they encountered a penguin zombie, and a samurai zombie blocked the way. Both sides are on the verge of breaking out. Fought together. Guo mo nuo, a pistol. Luffy punched the penguin zombie. Penguin zombies are not as weak as they look. On the contrary, he has a very powerful kick. This is your shadow, Sanji. Luffy fought for a few rounds, and immediately reacted, looking at Sanji. It seems like this guy will be handed over to me. Sanji pinched the cigarette butt out of his mouth, and the man suddenly disappeared. Transparent fruit. A few seconds later, the penguin zombie was suddenly kicked out by the air. Then, he didn't know what happened, and was taken away by a series of tricks. Advertisement. In the end, Sanji regained his true form and put a grain of salt into the mouth of the penguin zombie. A black shadow appeared and returned to Sanji's body. A new life. Sanji looked at Zoro with a sullen face. How is it? Green algae head. I'm faster than you. 5. Zoro pulled out his knife unhappy. 3 swords flow 108 troubled winds. 99. The samurai on the opposite side also used the same trick. Boom. However, the same trick, Zoro's attack is to defeat the opponent's attack. Cut the samurai directly to the ground. How is it possible? How can you possibly be better than me? The samurai zombies are somewhat dissatisfied. You know, there is a shadow of Zoro in his body. The two should have the same fighting power. Stupid, Zhao's goods, even if the moves are the same, you are far worse than me in terms of physical strength. Zoro mocked the other party mercilessly. Bagaya Road. The samurai zombie is enraged and slays Zoro. 3 swords, 3,000 worlds. Puff. Samurai zombie with chopped off hands. Zoro put a grain of salt in his mouth. Then, a shadow returned to his body. Next, let's find that guy Moria. Zoro said, putting the knife in its scabbard. I'll blow this guy away, Luffy snapped. In the forest. Brook and Robin encounter a samurai wearing clogs. Yo-hoo-hoo, nose singing swordsman, are you going to kneel on the ground again begging me to let you go? The swordsman Ryoma, who has turned into a zombie, but has the shadow of Brook, sneered mercilessly. Brook pulled out the long sword in his cane with no expression, and put the scabbard aside. He said, wrong, in the past few years, I have been training my swordsmanship, the purpose is to one day be able to avenge, fork. 32%. Chapter 107 Sui vs Bartholomew Bear. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yeah, Oz has this kind of strength. Sui defeated Oz. Instead of moving forward, he turned and walked towards the pier. Speaking of which, it's about time. The bear should be coming soon, right? The so-called means that Cao Cao and Cao Cao will arrive. Sui suddenly heard a cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, a person suddenly appeared on the sunshine. Although halfway across the island, Sui was able to hear. At this time, on the sunshine, Perona is ordering the zombies to carry treasure and food. Suddenly a man appeared on the boat. If you could travel, where would you like to go? These were the last words Sui heard before Perona disappeared. Boo. The next moment, he heard a slight boo sound, and then Perona disappeared from sight. Have you made a move? Sui suddenly increased his speed, his body turned into a cheetah, and almost disappeared in place as an afterimage. The things on both sides of the body swept past quickly. During this process, Sui also heard the constant boo sound from the sunshine. Bo. 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 It was one zombie after another being photographed flying out. Brush. Sui jumped and finally appeared on the shore. At the same time, he also saw the tall figure on the deck with the naked eye. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma. 070. The big bear also noticed the appearance of Sui at this time, slapped the last zombie out, and stopped. Advertisement. You are Demon Hunter Sui. The bounty is 880 million Bailey, more than double your Captain Straw Hat. What's your purpose of staying in the Straw Hat Pirates? 95. The big bear's intelligence ability is obviously far beyond the average person, at least much stronger than Moria. At this time, Moria was probably lying in a daze somewhere. My purpose is to travel around the world, become stronger by the way, and become the freest person in the world. No one can catch me. I will not yield to anyone, and of course I will not easily hurt others. Sui said. Soga, it seems that fighting with you is an unwise choice, said the big bear, taking off his gloves, but let me experience your abilities, Sui. Whoosh. He suddenly disappeared in place. In Sui's sight, the big bear came behind him at an incredible speed. He didn't even have to turn around to know what the big bear was going to do next and where he was going to attack. Whoosh. He also disappeared in place, but with a shaver. Boom. I saw a bear's paw-shaped bubble shot out of a hand of the big bear, and the bubble directly plows the ground out of a ravine, with terrifying power. It's amazing to be able to develop a simple meat-ball fruit to this extent. Sui's heart moved, and he couldn't help but have a little admiration for the big bear. Regarding the development of devil fruit, in fact, many people have basically not developed it. The people who really developed devil fruit to ultimate are people like Enies Lobby in the later stage, and the big bear. Some of them may not be strong in physical skills, but they can exert their strong strength by relying on fruit fighting. The original seemingly ordinary, even funny ability, has developed a large number of powerful effects. This is what Sui yearns for and admires. The King of Beasts form, that uses the zone fruit at the same time, and the 3 swords style, which attaches 3 kinds of fruit abilities to one sword at the same time, are his efforts to this end. However, the final effect is not gratifying. If possible, Sui would like to ask Dashong about the fruit development experience. However, as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Dashong's identity is a top secret. Once he reveals the identity of the other party is likely to choose to silence himself instead of dying. Therefore, the rational choice is not to reveal the identity of the other party. When Big Bear saw that he could not hit Sui with one move, he made successive moves. Advertisement. One by one, bear paw-shaped bubbles flew towards Sui. Swoosh swish. Sui quickly dodged. Base. He pulled out the blue bird, the trick that didn't work for Oz just now. Just try it on you. See if the alloy made by Vegapunk is harder, or if my sword is sharper. 35. 3 blades stream light wheel slash. He swung a knife, which was neither fast nor slow, but a part of the golden light attached to the knife flowed out. A rotating light wheel with golden light was formed, and at the same time, the light wheel also had an extremely sharp edge, spinning in the air and flying towards the big bear. Big Bear's complexion changed. He originally wanted to use his fruit ability to bounce back this move. But as a strong intuition, he told him that the sharpness of the light wheel was not something he could resist. Armed, he covered his arms with armament hockey, then stood in front of him. Chilla. The nimbus cut into his arm, sending out a stream of sparks, while a thrust pushed his tall body back. Beej. Sui watched the scene quietly and blinked. Boom. Finally, the big bear released the strength of the light wheel, and then used his arm to shoot the light wheel into the sky. It's a tricky move. If you only have hockey and you don't have enough strength, you'll probably have to take it hard. Big Bear gave a moderate evaluation. Seeing this, Sui raised the corners of her mouth. Big Bear really knows hockey. You must have used the fruit ability just now, right? Suddenly, Big Shong's next sentence made Sui unable to laugh. I can feel that your move is not pure sword energy, but is mixed with devil fruit's ability, and that golden light is not simple. Big Shong's words made Suyi's eyes narrow. According to the information, it seems that you conceal the fruit ability of others, but now it seems that you should be able to borrow or steal the ability of others. It is estimated that it will disappear after a few uses and need to be stolen again. Bar. According to his own understanding of the fruit, the big bear began to guess. Advertisement. Sui secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. This big bear is too strong. It was only one fight that he saw through himself. However, the development of your fruit ability is too superficial. Don't think that you can be invincible when you have obtained a powerful fruit ability. In this world, there is no strongest fruit, only those with the strongest ability. Big Bear was like a teacher and started to teach Sui a lesson. Zone, Paramecia, Logia, have their own advantages, the most complicated of which is Paramecia. Paramecia is a system that requires imagination and love of your abilities, otherwise you will have a very poor number of moves. Zone can have more forms besides human, animal and animal. Of course, different animals can have different changes, which also tests your imagination, but compared to Paramecia, the space you can play is small. Much more. After all, no matter how you change, you can't escape the category of animals. 5. As for Logia, the play space is similar to Zone. Although it is generally believed that Logia is already invincible, some elements also have natural enemies, and with seawater, seastone and hockey can easily restrain Logia. You can meditate a lot on weekdays, and maybe some auras will appear. Dashong did not hesitate to speak his saliva. After speaking, he did not intend to continue fighting with Sui. He glanced in the direction of the castle in the distance. The purpose of my visit this time is to cooperate with Moria to intercept the Straw Hat crew that may appear here, but now it seems that this guy Moria cannot be counted on, and my staying here will only be a waste of combat power. Speaking of which, Dashong threw a newspaper to Sui. I have a question for you, Demon Hunter. Sui caught the newspaper and looked at the contents above. I heard that the Straw Hat has a brother. Sui's pupils shrank and saw the news that Blackbeard became Shichibukai in the newspaper. And he became Shichibukai's stepping stone by grabbing Ace and giving it to Marine. This guy. Didn't I tell him about Blackbeard's abilities? Sui clenched the newspaper tightly, her eyes darkening. Really do it, teach, isn't Ace your companion? 35. Sui felt a little strange. Teach killed his comrade and stepped on his comrade to Shichibukai's place. As a result, there are still people who are willing to be his subordinates. Are they courting death, or are they courting death? Aren't you afraid that one day Blackbeard will sell them in order to survive? Are all the Blackbeard pirates mentally retarded? Or are they Stockholm Syndrome? 35. Chapter 108 10 million volts ball thunder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Demon Hunter Sui, if you can promise me one condition, I will leave here and won't hurt your Straw Hat pirates, said the big bear. Sui put down the newspaper. What conditions? After defeating Gecko Moria, don't spread the word about it, just say you haven't passed through the Devil's Triangle at all. That's it. Sui folded the newspaper into his arms. No problem, he's just a Shichibukai who doesn't care if he is or not, and he won't gain much fame if he wins. Suga. What an arrogant remark, but you do have the qualifications to be arrogant. Big Bear said, and instantly disappeared in place. Gone. Send away a troublesome guy. Sui sat on the ground, looking at the deck of the Sunshine. At this time, the Sunshine was messed up, the deck was full of black mud, and some boxes were placed in a mess. In order to escape, Perona moved all the treasures of Gecko Moria and the best fresh ingredients from the castle to the Sunshine. However, just before she was about to leave the boat, she unfortunately encountered a big bear. That's really not bad. Sui laughed, and if Nami found out about this, he would probably jump for joy. Windfall wealth. The next step is to defeat the Moria guy and steal his shadow fruit. Sui leaned against the mast and began to rest. Suddenly, he heard something. From the forest far away, the sound of metal crashing. This is Brook and the swordsman Ryoma. Sui's eyes flashed. With Brook's current strength, he can't beat the swordsman Longma at all. Although Ryoma's corpse contains Brook's shadow, it stands to reason that their moves should be evenly matched. But the corpse of the swordsman Ryoma is much stronger than Brook. In the original book, Ryoma was defeated by Zoro. But now, in Sui's perception, Zoro and the others are fighting Moria in the old castle. There is no time to come out to deal with the dragon horse. Looks like I have to go. Well, forget it, use your new ability. Sui suddenly raised his arm, and the air in front of him suddenly opened a door. Advertisement. He stepped in. At the same time, in the distant forest, a door appeared out of thin air. Sui came out. Can only teleport this short distance. It's better to use thunder fruit. 35. His body suddenly filled with a trace of current. The next moment, he turned into electricity and arrived at the location of Brook's duel at the speed of light. Chang. 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 At this time, Brook has fallen into the disadvantage. Get out of the way. Brook, this man is not for you. Sui shouted while floating in the air. Zombie Ryoma, Brook, and Robin all looked at Sui in the sky in unison. At this time, Sui was surrounded by golden electric lights, like a god of thunder. Brook suddenly realized something and jumped back quickly. Robin also hid behind a big tree. 10 million volts ball thunder. Sui suddenly snapped off one of his fingers. His fingers instantly turned into a ball of thunder, which he threw down. Golem. The thunderball seemed to have its own life, like a transparent pale yellow bubble, floating on the side of Ryoma like a ghost. Three Nose Songs. Ryoma was not afraid of the so-called thunder and lightning, and directly pulled out the black sword and slashed at the ball-like thunder that was like a dream like bubbles. There is no explosion in the slightest, there is only a dazzling light like the sun, accompanied by the slightest tingling sound of electric current. After 3 breaths, the light fades. When Brook and Robin looked in the direction of Ryoma again, their pupils, oh no, it was Robin's pupils that shrank. I saw that with the dragon horse as the center, all the weeds and insects within a range of 3 meters had turned pale, as if they had lost their color. Ryoma's body is rigid and motionless, maintaining a slashing posture. As for the ball lightning, it disappeared. Advertisement. Call. A gust of wind blows. The weeds and insects that were as pale as paper were all turned into ashes and fine powder. The Ryoma zombie suddenly burst into flames, and soon disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a black knife lying quietly on the spot. Damn it! Such a strong energy. Brook was stunned. He had been honing his swordsmanship for 5 years and couldn't beat his opponent, but Sui was able to solve it with a thunderball. Brook, you have the ability of the yellow spring fruit. If you develop it well, you may be able to obtain a move no less than the one I just did, 35 Sui said to Brook. But I'm a swordsman, and the yellow spring fruit can only be resurrected once, Brook retorted. It's up to you, Sui said. He looked at Robin. Robin-chan, are you alright? 35. Robin suddenly showed a charming smile. It's okay, thank you Sui. Yoshi, the next step is to find that guy Moria. Sui picked up the black knife on the ground and carried it on his shoulder. Zoro will probably like this knife a lot, even though he already has 3 knives. Maybe Franky could use his munch fruit to fuse 2 famous knives into one, but I don't know if that would work. 35. Robin pinched his chin with his fingers and thought, if you fail, I guess Mr. Swordsman will be angry. Inside Moria's castle, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Franky, have a successful reunion with Nami, Usopp and Chopper. Everyone was fighting against Moria at this time. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Of course, only Luffy, Zoro and Sanji are really fighting. The others were watching the battle at this time. You can leave this kind of thing to them, Nami said confidently. Under the command of the great Captain Usopp, the soldiers fought valiantly. Usopp was also wearing a generous expression, but he was hiding behind Nami at this time. The battle is really super exciting, but unfortunately my coke energy is used up, otherwise I would like to participate. Chopper is examining the wounds for everyone. Although they are all minor injuries, as a doctor, he cannot ignore them. Guo jet machine gun. Luffy faced Moria's Shadow Mage, using Gear 2. However, the Shadow Mage is like a Logia-capable person, no matter how hard you fight, you will not be hurt. The Moria body can also exchange positions with its own shadow at any time. So, Moria's shadow alone has put the three of them in a tough fight. Advertisement. 0.0. Hey, you guys, stop paddling. 35. Nami couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Yes, Miss Nami. Sanji suddenly seemed to have been beaten with blood, he hid behind the stone, and his body became invisible. Sanji in the invisible state has no shadow, and Moria has no sense of sight and cannot perceive his presence. Look at my new move, Silent Step. Next, Sanji's footsteps became silent. Boom. Suddenly, Moria, who was commanding the shadow battle in the distance, suddenly felt a kick in the back of her head. When did you run behind me? Moria rolled her eyes, and fell hard forward. Head shoot. Neck kick. Loin kick. Stomach kick. Tendon kick. Sanji saw Moria collapsed, and suddenly came a crazy output. Beat Moria to the bitter end. And he couldn't exchange positions with his shadow, because at this moment, the stunned young Luffy was attacking the shadow frantically. When Luffy is tired, he changes to Zoro. Zoro is also a stunned young man, and he wants to cut off the shadow. Should be cuttable, if there is such a thing as a haki. Zoro actually took Moria's shadow and started to exercise his haki. How can Shu, a group of hairy boys, actually forced me to this point? Moria roared, and a large number of black shadows suddenly protruded from her body, and the shadows quickly spread to the entire island. At this moment, the shadows from all the zombies on the island were transported into Moria's body. And Moria's body began to expand rapidly. How can I give you a chance? Sanji kicked Moria's body, but at this time Moria's body became extremely strong. Can't kick at all. How come? Sanji stepped back and lit a cigarette for himself. Chapter 109. The Strongest Moria, the Straw Hat of Dilemma. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He. Moria, whose body continued to expand, gradually stood up, and a loud laughter came from her mouth. Straw Hat Boy, you are finished. Let you experience the power of Shichibukai. Really? Where did that guy Ozzy go? Now I have to do it myself. Moria said that her body had absorbed almost all the shadows. Shadow Revolution. Put a shadow into a living person. The living person will gain the power of the Shadow Master, but it can only last for 10 minutes, and it will cause a great burden on the spirit. A normal person can only bear the shadows of 10 people. Well, but I'm different. I can withstand 800, ale. When Moria said this, she finally realized that something was wrong. 800. Isn't there more than 1,000 shadows on the island? How come there are only 800 left? What he didn't know was that after landing on the island, a demon hunter named Sui played a game of hunting zombies. In the end, nearly 100 zombies were killed. And the survivor, 070, headed by Lola, is taking advantage of the chaos to hunt zombies frantically. Coupled with the zombies Nami and others solved in the castle. Now, there are only about 800 zombies left on the island. Moreover, all the shadows of Straw Hat crew have returned to the body. In fact, the boost Moria got was much weaker. Well, forget it. This level is just right. If there are more shadows, I can't bear it myself. Moria doesn't care. Guo Moruo. Giant pistol. 9. Just as Moria was there talking to herself. Luffy had already blown up the bone balloon and punched Moria. Giant's fist. A flash of fighting intent flashed in Moria's eyes, facing Luffy's fist. Boom. A wave of air spread, and Luffy's giant pistol was ejected. How can it be repaired? Luffy was in midair, started second gear. Guo mo nuo. The giant whirling cannon. No matter how many times you come, it's useless. Moria showed a grim smile and slammed Luffy's giant whirling cannon into the air. Conquerors. Luffy attacked Moria again, but before he made his move, he suddenly activated Conquerors. Advertisement. An aura burst out, causing Moria to lose her mind for a moment. It's right now. Guo mo you. Giant battle axe. A gigantic foot penetrated the fog, and a divine weapon descended from the sky, stepping on top of Moria's head. Moria, who had been almost invincible since the start of the war, finally fell to her knees with a few shadows flying out of her mouth. Success. Great. Cheerleader Nami and escape squad leader Usopp happily clapped their palms in the distance. Cheerleader Chopper is also happily waving his hooves. No, he's not dead yet. Sanji, who has a sense of sight, frowned and found that something was not right. Slam. Suddenly, a big hand stretched out from the ruins of the building. Shadow bound. Standing in the same place, Luffy, gasping for breath, suddenly found that his feet could not move. When he looked down, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I saw Moria's shadow somehow caught the shadow of both feet. And because of this, he couldn't move. How can it be repaired? He desperately tried to break free, but his legs seemed to be locked to the ground, unable to move at all. Boy, you have become the master of conquerors, where are you going to be the king? Moria came out of the smoke and looked very embarrassed. However, he was basically not injured, only the top of his head was slightly deformed. Ah, I'm going to be One Piece. Luffy said. One Piece. I'm afraid you won't even be able to get to the New World. Moria intends to use her experience as a past person to teach this ignorant junior a lesson. But he realized that he wouldn't last long in this state. Once 10 minutes passed, he would lose consciousness, and if he couldn't get rid of the Straw Hat crew by then, things would be in trouble. Really, now is not the time to chat. Asshole. A huge fist pierced through the smoke and hit Luffy hard. Giant chain fist. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. The ground cracked, the smoke danced. Moria turned into a giant warrior and crushed Luffy on the ground with her fists. Luffy. 35. Zoro and Sanji hurriedly killed them. 3000 World. Devil's Feet. Go away. Facing the two main generals of Straw Hat crew. With a wave of Moria's hand, a huge hand sent the two flying away. Is this your subordinate? It's really weak. A guy of this level can't even beat the big signboard under Kaido's hand. Even if you go together, you will be destroyed without even seeing the face of the four emperors. Also trying to become One Piece. Laughing to death. How can it be so strong? Nami looked at Moria in this form with despair, and Usopp's eyes widened in shock. Hey, go and help, don't stay in a daze here. Franky called out to the three of them, and then killed Moria in the distance. General Franky, show up. Franky ate some cannons and weapons out of nowhere. At this time, his body became extremely huge, and after some transformation of his personal style, he suddenly turned into a gigantic robot 5 meters high, like a mecha. Rain of guns. Dozens of cannons fired at the same time, and the shells rained down on Moria's face. Boom boom boom. Immediately, Moria's huge body fell backwards. Success. Franky laughed. However, in the next moment, Moria stood up slowly as if nothing happened. Really? Like flies one by one, it's annoying. Shadow roar. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, and suddenly sprayed out a jet black shadow beam, and the target was exactly where Franky, Nami and the others were. Oops. Run away. 99. Franky yelled. Emergency escape device. Advertisement. Boom. The top cover of the robot opened, and a huge spring bounced Franky out. Nani. What should we do if you ran away? Nami almost collapsed. Ultimate refuge. Usopp stood up and instantly made a lot of wax oil, wrapping him, Nami, and Chopper in it. Don't worry, this is a stunt I developed to fight Buster Call. In a small white room, Usopp said in a reassuring tone. Since seeing the horror of Buster Call, he has begun to develop moves that can defend against that attack. And now, it finally comes in handy. Boom. The jet black beam of light suddenly bombarded the white shelter. Immediately rushed out of the shelter. Nami, Usopp, Chopper. Zoro gritted his teeth and yelled. Don't worry, the defensive ability of that thing should be fine. 35. Suddenly, Franky's voice sounded from above the two of them. Sanji looked up and saw Franky slowly descending with a parachute. Immediately he shouted. You're fine for Mao. 4.9 Franky looked at his own General Franky robot on the ground. After the baptism of the jet black beam of light, the robot at this time was corroded into a pile of scrap iron. What a terrible attack, how exactly did it happen? He. This is an attack launched by extracting energy from the shadow, and it consumes very little of my physical strength, how about it? He. Moria's voice sounded, making people want to punch him. The attack just now took about 1% of the energy of all the shadows. Unfortunately, the shadows cannot be completely converted into energy, otherwise I would be invincible, tisk tisk. 35. And the shadow masters who have been drained of energy will feel that their vitality is declining. I hope they can hold on well, otherwise my shadow will be gone if I die. You bastard, you actually attacked someone else's shadow. On the ground, a wounded Luffy stood up with difficulty. During that time, he had returned to a normal body shape from a reduced state. But his physical strength was exhausted, and it was very difficult to even stand up. Chapter 110 Break Through the Limit, the Giant Gun Fights. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain, let me see your true strength. At the top of the castle, Sui stood quietly, watching the battle below. If he makes a move, the battle can be over in an instant. Especially a guy like Moria who completely relies on the fruit ability, he can instantly kill the opponent. But, if he did, the Straw Hat crew crowd wouldn't grow. Also, he wants to see where Luffy's potential lies. 3 Swords Mystery 3000 Worlds. 35. Just as Moria was about to step on Luffy, Zoro came out and swept across Moria's feet quickly. Puff. 3 amazing blood openings bloomed on the soles of Moria's feet. Ah, it hurts. Moria retracted her foot in pain. Right now. 99. Sanji, who didn't know when to sneak up to Moria's feet, suddenly shot and kicked the wound that Zoro had just cut. Boom. A strange force spread all over Moria's body, and his body was kicked backwards. Hiss. Luffy gritted his teeth and suddenly blew into his hands. I haven't tried it yet, my hands have turned into bone balloons. A decisive thought flashed in Luffy's mind, and his hands had already formed giant fists. Guo Moruo. The giant guns fight. 14. Luffy jumped up and attacked furiously at Moria's bulging belly. Every time he punched, a few shadows shot out of Moria's mouth. Oh. Ah. Luffy's fists are endless, like raindrops. Advertisement. At the end, he suddenly stretched his fist back. The last blow. Guo Moruo. Giant rocket launcher. Boom. The whole island trembled. The ground cracked, and Moria's body sank deep into the ground. Forehead. Moria's eyes turned white, and her consciousness, which had been severely depleted by using Shadow Revolution, suffered severe pain at this time, and suddenly fainted completely, and from his mouth, a black pillar of shadow spewed out. Swoosh swish. A large number of shadows flew in all directions, flew towards the whole world, and returned to their master. East blue, west blue, south blue, north blue, Grand Line, New World, there are people persecuted by Moria almost everywhere. And on this day, their life that never saw the light of day ushered in a turning point. Moria returned their shadows. It was successful. Sui jumped down, helped the miniature version of Luffy, and gently placed it on the ground. Zoro, this knife is for you. Sui threw the black knife Chushui to Zoro. Zoro took the knife, pulled out the scabbard and looked at it. Good knife, thank you. Wait, begged the bean sack, I already have 3 knives. As a swordsman, you can't have spare knives, right? And, if there are too many, you can let Franky try to use munch fruit to synthesize, and combine 2 knives into one, it is estimated that it will become stronger. Synthetic. 35. An image came to Zoro's mind as he handed Franky 2 knives and turned into a better knife. He smiled suddenly. Sounds pretty good. Sanji on the side was speechless. It always feels very bad. You won't create anything strange, right? Nami and the others will probably take a long time to come back. Anyway, we are resting here now. I'll find the food later. 99. Sui put both hands in Kabuto and walked towards Moria as he spoke. Then, bumped on his head. Immediately, a mysterious energy in Moria poured into Sui's hands. Here it is, shadow fruit. Sui is not very interested in the shadow fruit, and if she wants to grow to the level of Moria, she needs to collect shadows. The key is that people who have lost their shadow cannot see light, and once a person dies, the shadow will disappear. Advertisement. This greatly limits the potential of shadow fruit, and it is destined to develop slowly. Shadows can ignore physical attacks, but in the second half of the Grand Line, New World, they don't have much effect. There are strong people who can use Haki everywhere, and shadows will become a weakness instead. However, Paramecia's devil fruit should have great development potential. Maybe I can try to develop it in another direction. Sui thought to himself, activate the shadow fruit ability to make his shadow move. Then, his shadow pulled out the blue bird under the shadow, and swung a knife at the shadow of a boulder in front of him. Silently, the shadow of the boulder was cut in half. Boom. Suddenly, the boulder in front of Sui was cut from the middle as if something sharp had been slashed. It's amazing. It can really be done. Sui himself was shocked. In fact, he just wanted to test the idea in his heart, but he didn't expect it to be realized. Then, how about this? Sui activates the ability of shadow fruit again. This time, his shadow on the ground suddenly stood up. Formed a cloak-like thing that wrapped his body. In an instant, Sui's whole body turned pitch black. Like Conan's murderer. And in this state, he naturally has no shadow under his feet. Because the shadow has turned into clothes and is worn on him. This move is called black suit, right? Sui gave a random name to the shadow fruit ability that he just developed. Then, he began to study himself in this state. Black suit is similar to a layer of black armor. Although it is a shadow, if it is cut by a weapon-colored knife, the body will not be injured. It just breaks like a garment, and it only takes a while to recover. In addition, the black suit has no weight, and its hardness exceeds that of steel. Attaching to the long knife can increase the sharpness and hardness of the knife. If the armed color is attached on this basis, the damage will not be superimposed. So, this can only be regarded as a defensive ability. What is certain is that a layer of armament Haki is placed on the outside of the black suit, which is equivalent to a double-layer defense. This is quite good. It is a life-saving magic skill. Sui went to the old castle, found some food, and moved it to the ruins of the battlefield. Advertisement. While Luffy was sleeping, Zoro and Sanji were awake. Miss Nami and the others are coming soon. I have to cook a big meal full of love to greet Miss Nami. Sanji suddenly became full of energy, quickly processing various ingredients. And the people who were trapped on this island who had regained their shadows also came to the ruins one after another at this time. Thank you so much. Our Shadow 073 is back. I really don't know how to thank you. Lola came over, and when she saw Sanji, she immediately said a shocking speech. Would you like me to be your bride? Handsome chef. I refuse. Sanji also refused the other party decisively. The 4,444th marriage proposal failed. A crew member of the Rolling Pirates faithfully recorded the record of his captain's proposal like a newspaper. What about this little swordsman? I refuse, Zoro said. The 4,445th marriage proposal failed. What about this one on the ground? The 4,446th marriage proposal failed. When Nami came back, both Chopper and Usopp got a marriage proposal. The 4,447th marriage proposal failed. The 4,448th marriage proposal failed. How this person has such perseverance is simply touching. 33 Zoro subconsciously complained. Okay. The meal is ready. Hurry up and replenish your stamina. Sanji quickly finished a table of food. The crowd suddenly ate happily. Even Luffy slept while eating, stunned a group of people. Nami didn't eat, but walked to Zoro's side and looked at Zoro with a meaningful smile. Seeing Zoro horrified, "You woman, what are your plans?" With a smile on Nami's face, "Zoro, I found a kind of acceleration bubble that can speed up recovery, so I want to do a test on you. I don't know if I can." 39. Zoro. "No way, Nami. Then I'll start." Zoro.